Yes, although the Flyout portion probably won't be super long. I won't be building anything on stream today because I just don't have the mental energy to build on stream. We'll save that for a future one, but I am going to be showing something I've been working on, which will be the jet that I was posting in the screenshots channel on Discord. I actually have absolutely no plan for today's stream. I would love to be able to do some DCS or IL2 multiplayer, but my internet's been way too unstable. Doesn't mean we won't at least try, but I'm not expecting to be able to do that. I did try some DCS multiplayer last night and I got like one sortie in and then lost my connection right after I took off for the second. Grey Zone I kind of burnt myself out on a bit. I got the aesthetic I was going for by unlocking that M64 jacket, so we're taking a break from that. Could do some GHPC maybe, I'm not sure. We'll figure something out through the course of the stream. I also just did another IL2 career in the Kuban, and I lasted 1 day longer than my previous longest campaign, which is to say I didn't even make it a sixth of the way through. This time what killed me was foolishly letting myself get ahead of the rest of the formation on a Sturmovik escort sortie, and I was the first thing the 109 saw, and so I spotted an entire Staffel climbing directly into my face. And then as they engaged me, my mates just kind of flew past without bothering to do anything, and so that ended the way you would expect it to end. One day we'll get an IL2 campaign going where we don't get killed in the opening week or two of the campaign. Give it another minute or two and then we'll switch over to Flyout. It's been really hot lately, so the gremlin is on a limited outside regime. She's not getting out that much, so she's been very feral. She did get out yesterday, though. We had an unexpected adventure because the groomer had a cancellation come up, so I managed to rush her down there and get a bit of a trimmy trim, and she actually looks like a dog again instead of something that crawled out of a bin. But yeah, she's been a bit squirrely lately because we haven't been able to get outside very often. It's just too hot for both of us, really. Alright, let's bounce over to Flyout. Hopefully it should grab the game window in a second. Come on, OBS. There we go. So, this is the jet I ended up building. The prompt was essentially, hey, it's the late 40s / early 50s. Penetration fighters are still a thing people care about. You know, long-range fighters intended to escort strategic bombers over the poles. Build one with era-appropriate technology and stuff like that. I started with something much different. I actually think I still have what I started with. Maybe not. I might have deleted it. Where is it? Yeah, I must have deleted it after I took the screenshots. So the original concept I had was... oh no, I do have it. Here we go. I'll have to de-star it since it's not something I'm actively working on anymore. Yeah. Yes. Just appearing from the dark. She's been sitting on my shoulders for the last 10 minutes or so. So you can kind of tell what I was going with right from the start. I'm too Canadian for my own good. I'm too voodoo pilled. So the original idea I had was, what if planform of a Handley Page Victor, but a fighter. So high, not even a T-tail, but a V-tail. I ended up actually adding more dihedral to the tail on the final product. But high V-tail, you know, with a little pot on the tail. And then if I'd gone with the original plan, it would have had crescent wings. So what that means is, on the Victor, the most inboard wing panel is the most swept. That's where the engines also are on the Victor, because, you know, it's a 4-engine bomber. And then the sweep decreases along both the leading and trailing edges of the wing as you go further outboard. So it's kind of like a double, like a, you know, the double delta, something like a Su-15 TM. Except instead of a delta, it's, you know, the trailing edge is swept as well. So if I'd done the crescent wing idea, the trailing edge on this inboard section would have been swept more steeply than the outboard and so on. It's a cool design. It has some cool aerodynamic quirks, which is why Handley Page used it on the Victor. But it's hard to make it look good on a fighter, especially with... this was my first build. This was my first actual build in Flyout. My other project, which I've shown before, the Row 13, that was somebody else's original build, which I've then modified the shit out of. So I've modified stuff, and I built small components, but I've never built a whole aircraft in Flyout until I got to this point. What do you think of the DCS reveal for this year? A lot of stuff that I was like, whatever, and then a few things I was really keen on. The F-104, the Tornado, basically all the sort of Cold War or non-American stuff I was excited about. But we'll see how it goes. The infantry, I question I know why they've done it. It's because of the number of people obsessed with making cinematics in DCS. They have a very powerful lobby. But I question the necessity of having the infantry so detailed, and especially having them so detailed you can see the individual casings ejecting from their rifles. This is a flight simulator. Please be real. Like, it's a cool feature, but do we really need it? Could that of development time have been used more smartly somewhere else? Yes. Could that performance budget be used more smartly somewhere else? Yes. Yeah, it could. It could. It's like the problem with the non-player flyable aircraft times 10. Like, remember how before I was bitching about, like, yes, it's cool to have every hydraulic line in the gear bays on the B-52 model, but is it necessary? No. Same thing. But just worse. The other thing is, though, because of the workload that's gone into it, it's stopped us from potentially getting Cold War infantry. So you either have World War II infantry, World War II American, British, or German infantry, or you have modern US and modern Russian. And by modern, I mean the Russians are kitted out in full Ratnik with AK-12s. Why? I mean, we've got this new... This song is, what, 4 years old? Just saying, people that paid attention could have called all of this quite a while ago. But yeah, it just seems like that could have been more wisely rationed out. We've got this new Cold War asset pack, for example. We got a T-80. Fuck yes, we got a T-80B from memory. cool, but where's the T-64? We've got the T-62 with Brezhnev's eyebrows. Where's the base model T-62? Like, where's the more common, more versatile stuff that could be used for other scenarios? Okay, T-64, you know, never exported, so you can only use it for so much, but still, like, it's very much because of what DCS is and how it's approached as like a digital museum rather than a coherent game. There's no real game design going on except for a couple of people, you know, trying to push back. Like, what's the point of having all of these insanely detailed vehicles when we can't create authentic scenarios, even for making cinematics, because we don't have the actual stuff that was used. We have to substitute. Like, it just... I really wish that the Reddit screenshot / video lobby wasn't so powerful, and B, the game design lobby was more powerful. Like, we need an actual fucking game. A digital museum is cool to a point, but we need a fucking game. Like, please. And it's only made more of a thing because, realistically speaking, there will not be a competitor anytime soon. Like, people hung their hopes on that, what was it, Meta NOR or whatever, as if it was going to be a consumer-grade sim. Like, as if it was ever going to be marketed to consumers. Womp womp. And now they're hanging their hopes on Falcon 5. Now, as much as I'd like to hope that Falcon 5 is going to be amazing, first of all, they've already come out and said, like, yeah, we don't want fidelity to get in the way of gameplay, which on one hand is smart, but on the other hand, it means that your DCS players who need to have everything clickable in the cockpit and everything simulated, whether it's right or wrong, might not find that a satisfying alternative. I mean, plenty of people in DCS are like, yeah, we could do with less fidelity if it meant having a more complete sim. So there are people in DCS who would be happy with that, but there are also plenty who wouldn't. But the other thing is, it's new microprose. It's not the original microprose. I don't know why I still have to tell people this. It is not the same guys. They bought the name and resurrected the name, the brand. The brand is not the company. The brand is not the people. The brand is just a fucking trademark. Like, I could buy any number, if I had money, of dead big name brands from back in the day and make a big PR rush of, oh, we're coming back, it'll be just like the good old days. Hopefully not like the Fanta ads where they introduced that Fanta Classic and tried to say it was like the good old days. Fuck, that was funny. But anyone can do that. Anyone. And you don't need to actually be resurrecting the way things were. You can just operate it as you would any other company. Like, as long as you have the name recognition, you're going to dupe people. I'm not saying micropros are necessarily duping people, or they're doing it deliberately, but at the same time, I think it's important people manage their expectations and realize this is not the micropros you remember. It might be as good as, it might be better, I doubt it, but we'll see. But it's not the same micropros you remember, and really they haven't, as far as I know, demonstrated their own in-house development chops yet. You know, they got a good rep early on, after the resurrection, so to speak, because they picked a lot of really good, solid projects to publish. Now, having also said that, doesn't take a lot to publish something. It takes a lot to make something, and then you get very little of the benefit of making it because it mostly goes to the publisher. And I think it's foolish to consider that Microprose is going to be any different from any other publisher in that regard. But they made some smart decisions about what projects they'd back, and it's mostly worked out for them. Careless about clickety detail than made up shit and handholding. Like, I hope it won't be War Thunderified. Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence. Like, DCS has kind of ruined me. I like having fairly detailed clicky stuff, not because, like, the importance of simulating a correct startup every single time. I mean, I like doing it because I like engaging with the aircraft in that way, because autism. but it's not a necessity. Like, I'll still play games with abstracted startup sequences, or like, you know, IL-2 Great Battles, where it runs through the startup checklist, but it's doing it automatically. You press one key and you watch it run basically what we consider a DCS auto start. I'm fine with that. What I like about Clicky is if I need to find something and I'm switching between aircraft, I can't remember the keybinds. Or like if it's some subsystem I don't use very often, I can't remember what I bound the keys to. I have fucking ADHD, my guy. Like, I can't remember what I did 5 minutes ago. So hunting for keybinds in the middle of combat, not a great idea, or like on short final when you're landing. However, if I can just like look around the cockpit and go, oh right, that's that switch, and just click the switch, problem solved. That's why I like Clicky, is so I don't have to fucking remember keybinds. The other reason being that if you have that extra little level of fidelity, there might be a system that is like a power user system, essentially, you know? Like, there are things that most people will not get anything out of, but if you like understand the aircraft fairly well and understand how things work, you can get a bit extra out of that system. Now, as much as I shit on people for doing it, ARU gaming is one of those. I don't do it, but that's an example of it. Like, most people don't know what that does and shouldn't touch it. Most people who do know what it does probably shouldn't touch it either, but it's there. And things like emergency procedures and stuff, which is part of the reason I ended up being a bit shitty about the F-14 and I think the Phantoms in the same bucket, where everyone's spurging about, oh, Heatblur modeled how many times the missile has gone through a launch recover cycle or whatever. And, you know, there's stress modeled for every individual part of the airframe. It's like, cool, can I pull the circuit breakers in the back? No. So I can't do any of the emergency checklists. Not that I would, because I don't remember to do checklists, but like, I couldn't do any of the actual emergency procedures, but you've put in all these details that at the end of the day don't actually impact anything. Wish IL-2 would steal the keybind system from DCS. Yes. DCS catches a lot of flack for binding, like the amount of labor that goes into binding up the game and how archaic the menus are and stuff, but DCS is legitimately the best game for binding stuff, because you can bind stuff individually across every aircraft or the same across every aircraft, depending what you want to do. You've got modifier keys, you've got, you know, fuck, I don't remember what this does, open the binding menu, hit the bind, see what it selects. Like, oh my god, searching, filtering, like, it's user curves. Fuck me sideways. The amount of flight sims I wish had proper user curves like DCS, where I can set it to literally whatever the fuck I want. Jesus Christ. Like, I still, to this day, any sim except DCS, I cannot set my idle detent properly on my throttle. I could do it if I went into the throttle software itself, I think. But it's a huge headache and a fuck around, and even then a lot of games don't recognize it. I could probably do it with like VJoy or something, but why? Just build it into the fucking game. Anyway, so back to what this is. Yeah, so this was the initial kind of thing I came up with. It's, you can see I was very much voodoo-brained when I did this. So we abandoned the crescent wing idea early because I was like, I don't think I can make this look good. I might revisit it. I might actually go back and revisit that idea at some point. But this is what we started with. Pointy nose, because even though this thing wasn't really intended to have an airborne intercept radar, I was like, just default pointy nose brain. And I figured, you know, like the F-101, it would probably later be turned into an interceptor. Fairly thick wing roots, because I figured that was where the intakes were going to be, so I wanted it to blend into the wing. That does come back to haunt us a bit later, as does this section here, actually. I'm now having a bit of an epiphany. But anyway, wing fences, because, you know, late 40s, early 50s, they're starting to understand the issues with span-wise flow, but they don't have better ways of dealing with it besides wing fences and vortex generators. High T-tail with fairly noticeable dihedral, because they were all about T-tails at this point and hadn't yet figured out that they have problems, big ones. Obviously the cockpit framing's not done, the intakes weren't done. The original idea you can see here is I will use a single 64-sided, I think, or is it 32? single 64-sided piece for the fuselage. And that will allow me to do this subtle blending from the, it starts as a round cross-section for where the gun ranging or maybe later airborne intercept radar would go. Excuse me. Bit of a hiccup. That would go into more of a squared off cross-section. The cockpit walls are more vertical. You'd have your canopy over there, your belly where the landing gear retracts into. I didn't actually realize I got to the point of doing the landing gear doors on this design. But then we run into issues. So getting the intakes to work would be... I wasn't sure how I was going to do it. What I would probably end up doing is turning this, which is glass material at the moment, just so I could see where the engine face was. This would be probably turned into a hole material. So basically it'd just be cut out. And then I'd have to build a separate fuselage section for the intakes, and then try and blend it into that, which I would probably have been able to do, honestly, and I could probably have made it look pretty good, but it would have been a bit of effort. And like I said, this is my first actual Scratch build, so I didn't have a lot of the technique down. The last time I did any 3D modeling, like actual 3D modeling, was 2010, maybe? So I'm very out of practice. And Flyout's not like, it's not like booting up Blender. A lot of people have been using Blender to make more complex components and then importing to Flyout, because in Flyout, you're editing by loops. You're taking a cylinder primitive, the fuselage piece, and then you're editing each individual loop to make a shape. There's tricks to it, and there are some carried over theories, like using control loops to sharpen or soften edges, but it makes it quite difficult to make more complex shapes, and blending separate components into each other can be a bit squirrely at times. I think, and this is the reason I actually kept this, I think I could go somewhere with this. I think I could cook with this in the future as I get more experienced, but for the time being, I kind of got to this point. Like the front of the fuselage, I was like, yeah, I can work with that. Center section, I can kind of work with that. I'll just have to figure out the intakes. But then I got to the tail, and I was like, okay, I'm not entirely sure how to do this. I would probably need a separate fuselage loop to do what I wanted to do. So I was initially going to do something similar to, a phantom tail or a voodoo tail, where you have that kind of center boom that comes out, and then it has like heat shielded portions that run down between the engines. Then I was like, what if I do like a Su-15 tail, where the tail runs right up to the engine that has that like really cool sort of reverse wedge crescent complex shape. It's like gothic fucking shape, like the flying buttresses on a fucking cathedral or something. That's what it makes me think of. So I was like, what if I do that? But then I actually got back to this section. I was like, that's probably not going to work, especially if this dorsal fuel tank is still running through there. So I ended up, as you can see, kind of giving up on this segment. That's where I was like, no, I just need to clean sheet the fuselage. So we could cook with this in the future. We could totally come back to this in the future and do something with it. And you can also see I was kind of spitballing with names. I already knew I was going to do something, what if Canadian Aviation produced like a design for this in parallel with the CF100's development? Like, while Avro was working on the Clunk, what if they were also working on this kind of thing? Which then led me to later have to square the circle of, okay, if it's a Canadian design, but it looks so much like a Voodoo, then how do you explain that? Which I did. We got some real lore cooking on this. But anyway, this is the original design. The engine specs are pretty interesting. So I had to keep the combustion and afterburning temperature fairly low to fit the prompt. But then I also was trying to weasel enough power out of these engines, which, mind you, are not the biggest engines. Like, the diameter on them isn't that big, just over 0.5 meter in diameter. I was trying to weasel enough power out of these engines to get this thing to climb from the runway to 35,000 feet in 5 minutes and have, like, 3,000 plus kilometers of range. Bit difficult. And I was also trying to do this within the constraints of not producing much more power, either dry or wet, than a typical late 1940s, early 50s turbojet. Giving myself some room to, to maneuver around turbojets that were still in development, but looking promising. The ultimate mistake here, as some of you may have already picked up on, is if I'm trying to build a penetration fighter with like a combat radius, so about a third of your range, of more than 1,500 kilometers, and I'm trying to have all this like U-Butte climb performance and everything, that's going to need a lot of fuel. It's also going to need a fair amount of lift. This is not a particularly big wing. Like, it might look big, but it's not. It's mostly the inboard section. Once you get outboard, it's quite small. There's not a lot of area there. So this has quite a high wing loading. And it's not a very big aircraft. Like, you might have noticed. Like, if we look at the actual specifications here, dry weight, 5.22 tons. Total weight, 8.9 tons. So the fuel fraction's 0.41. Mind you, this is before we got any of the other systems in. The cockpit hasn't been done, all of that. But it's still below 8 tons. It weighs less than a fairly heavily loaded MiG-21 bis. Its fuel weight, 3.68 tons. So it's carrying, what, about 4,000 litres of fuel, maybe 4,200 litres of fuel, something like that. That's not a very big fuel load. The fuel fraction's huge, like 0.41. That's a significant fuel fraction. Most fighters are around 0.3 something. So that's a pretty good fuel fraction, but it's just small. And as I was adding more components, adding the cockpit, there's weight to that. Adding the landing gear bays and there's weight to that. There's weight to everything else. So by the time the aircraft was done, I did have the ammo drum in, so at least that's in there. Avionics, there would have been weight to that as well. By the time that was done, the fuel fraction would have dipped down to the, maybe high 0.3 somethings. And our total weight would have gone up, and our wing loading would have gone. This is not bad because of the light weight of the aircraft still. Like, this thing would probably, if I flew it in this form, would probably not be too bad. But as it gains weight, which it did after the redesign, that is going to shrink dramatically. Because if we actually look at the aircraft's internals, so we've got the 420mm cannons, which is something I ended up keeping. We've got the ammo drum with 900 rounds. I ended up increasing the ammo count to, I think, 1,000 or something, or 1,200. Then we've got a big fuel tank there. We've got another fairly big fuel tank there. We've got a pair of turbojets, like I said, kind of small ones. There's nothing in there. There's no avionics. Nothing in the wings except fuel. They're wet wings. So we're going to add a significant amount of weight to this aircraft, right? Anyway, got to the tail end of the fuselage, was like, this isn't working for me. So I did a complete redesign on the fuselage. And this is what we ended up with. Mind you, this still isn't 100% complete. It's complete enough, but I've got to do some more work around the cockpit. And in hindsight, the way I did the wings, I'm probably going to have to redo part of the wing because of the way aerodynamics works in Flyout. So this is what we ended up with. A couple of things you can immediately notice. Longer, thinner nose, because this isn't, it doesn't have an airborne intercept radar. It has what would be just a gun ranging radar, like the F-86. Maybe you could fit a very small interception radar in there. Very small, though. It's not going to be a big boy. This thing is going to need to be steered onto a target and have it visual before it can really do much with it. It's not an all-weather fighter. Same armament, 420mm cannons. Then we've got a nice big bubble canopy with the pilot sitting fairly high up, like any of your typical Western aircraft of the era, particularly the American ones. Your pilot sits quite high in the cockpit, and the cockpit is quite high on the fuselage. It's not like the Soviet ones where you're huddled into it, or some of the British ones for that matter. I don't know how many of you have actually sat in, like, Cold War aircraft, But if you sit in something like an F86, the F86 is fucking roomy, dude. Like, I'm not a small guy, like, height-wise. I'm still kind of, you know, lanky. I've unfortunately got the fucking muscoid physiognomy of being skinny fat, but, like, I'm not short. I'm about 6 feet tall. So I'm used to, when I sit in an aircraft of you know, a military aircraft of that era, I'm used to being cramped. Like, sitting in the fucking Fairy Firefly, that's not a small plane either. The Firefly is cramped, and I nearly did my back getting into and out of it. The Sabre is fucking dreamy, dude. The Sabre is huge. Like, you don't understand how big the Sabre's cockpit is until you're actually sitting in it. You look at it and you go, oh, it's a reasonably big plane, but surely the cockpit wouldn't be that big. And then you sit in it, and it's like, dude, I got elbow room. Like, I can chicken wing this shit and not hit the sides of the cockpit. Like, I can stretch out. I'm sitting really high above the fuselage. I can see down beneath me. I can see behind me, above me. Like, the visibility from the F-86 cockpit is incredible. Like, actually fucking incredible. It's really hard to put into words how good it is. Soviet Buas still not used to the lack of a dorsal spine. I know, right? I didn't get to sit in the MiG-21 cockpit, but I stood next to one. Like, I both stood next to an actual full MiG-21 like, leaning over the cockpit looking into it. So I've got to touch a MiG-21. I got that life goal out of the way. I didn't get to sit in the actual, like, the separate cockpit exhibit they had at Avalon the other year, because they'd unfortunately started packing up by the time we found it. But even just standing next to it, I was like, that would be so... Like, it wouldn't be cramped like people make out, but it would be snug. It'd be like the Spitfire, where it's snug. Everything you need is within reach, and you're not, like, cramped over, but you're certainly not going to have room to move. And yeah, H&Es if you're tall. So I went with, you know, a nice big bubble canopy. This was, again, my first actual Scratch build, so I was treating this as a learning experience, and boy was it. Doing the canopy from scratch with essentially, like, I would open other people's aircraft and, you know, highlight a section and hit the loop editor so I could see how they'd done the geometry, and then, like, think, okay, that looks like it works, that looks like it doesn't. But I built this myself. Like, I didn't build it over the top of anyone else's. I just built it myself after looking at how other people had done it. It worked out pretty well, I think. And something you can see I've done, which I've not really ever seen anybody else do, at least for this style of canopy. I've seen them do it for side folders. Is I actually put the skirt around the canopy where it would both run on the rail to open and where it would hermetically seal with the cockpit. It did mean the geometry was a bit of a pain in the ass, particularly as I got to the windscreen here, because of the way you do windscreens in Flyout. Most people, when they do the canopy, they'll either make it a part of the fuselage, like they actually use the fuselage shaping to get the canopy, and then they'll make a separate part over the top of it and turn the fuselage component into hull, like the hull material, so it just is invisible. Or they'll use the fuselage half to get the silhouette of the canopy, and then, you know, when they get to the front, they'll use the rotation tool and scale tool to get the flat windscreen, and then they will split the fuselage section to get the windscreen and canopy separate. I didn't do that. This is a full-on 32-sided, I think, fuselage piece. Yeah, 32-sided. 64 would have been too many to manage. So I have a lot more detail on this. Like that lip that runs under it, I'm able to do that because of the extra sides. So what I did was I built the canopy and the windscreen, and then I was like, no, this isn't really working for me. So I ended up splitting them a bit earlier than most people probably would. Like, I hadn't fully got the shape of the canopy down yet, and I split them. So there's a little bit of clipping, a little bit of Z fighting between them, because they're not exactly the same angle. Because if I'd made everything perfect, it would have taken me months to do this. So I was just like, I'll get it close enough. You won't notice it unless you zoom all the way in. It'll be fine. I'm happy with it. We can be a perfectionist later. We can remaster this thing, you know, in a couple of years when I'm a Flyout master and I can do this stuff without, you know, any sort of mental effort. But the thing I did differently than most people, really differently than most people, is most people would have the windscreen and the side lights be the same component. I didn't, because when I got to the windscreen, because of this extra lip that I'd made, trying to scale it down and form a flat face for the windscreen was throwing all sorts of shitty geometry at me. So what I did was I made that front section of the windscreen a hole, so it's just invisible, and I made a completely separate, if I can select it, windscreen plate. So see, the windscreen plate is a completely separate component. This did two things. One, it solved my geometry problem. You can actually see here, maybe, depending how the stream quality is, there's a very slight outline between the windscreen plate and the canopy side lights component, or the windscreen side lights component. Like right there is where the windscreen side lights ends, and then this is just positioned right beneath it. So that allowed me to get around the fucky geometry. It also allowed me to make this a 3D component. So the windscreen armor plate, the armored glass, actually is glass on one side, glass on the other side, and you can see it has the actual 3D framing there. So a lot of people, when they build 3D framing for their cockpits, they have to do that separately for the windscreen. I did it separately for the canopy, but for the windscreen, I didn't have to. It was inherent to the way I'd done it. So I think that's a pretty good idea. I think that's how I'm going to do it from now on. You do have a bit of an issue with part counts. So if you use too many parts in Flyout, because it's calculating physics on all those parts, even if aerodynamics is disabled, it's still calculating physics on them, like attachment points and stuff. If you use too many parts, it will murder lower-end PCs, even on the lower physics rate settings. So that's one thing. It's not as not as optimized of a solution, but it looks better. It's easier to build. Like, it actually makes building the aircraft much easier and quicker. So I think, sorry to everyone with a potato, but I'm just going to do that from now on because it's way better. It also means I can attach parts directly to the windscreen, so I know that they're aligned to the windscreen, not to the side lights or whatever, which might be slightly off. So anyway, nice high cockpit, good visibility, bubble canopy, all that sort of thing. We'll get into the cockpit interior later. Like I said, the cockpit's not done. The interior is not done. It's pretty much all placeholder. As you can see, the standby compass is literally just levitating at the moment because I haven't built a proper mount for it. But we'll come back to it. I borrowed my own little angle of attack transducer off my other aircraft. This is a Soviet DUA-3. But I figured no one's going to notice, no one's going to care, and I want to have one that works, so I just yoinked it. The idea with this build was I didn't want to be taking components from other people if I could avoid it at all. So the only things I've taken from other people are the wing fences, which are something I heavily modified anyway. The two little afterburner cooling inlet scoops, which I borrowed off of MiG-23, made by Atka. I think the wing fences were from Atka's MiG-21 before I modified them. I think that's it. Other than the cockpit components. I borrowed stuff from other people for the cockpit, but that's it. So, like, the entire exterior of the aircraft, except for those details, I built. Oh, and the engines. So, the default Flyout engines don't have much detail on them. This has obviously a lot of detail on it. You've got the full engine casing and all the plumbing and everything. Yeno made these engines. What I did was I took Yeno's engines, I edited the actual stats of the engine to get the performance I needed. And, you know, more period... Well, they were already pretty period appropriate. Yeno intentionally made these engines to be like late 40s, early 50s jets. But they weren't delivering the kind of thrust I needed, so I just tuned them up a little. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like the engine all the way back to the tailpipe was was Yeno's work, and then obviously the outer nacelles, the actual covering for the engine, I did. Anyway, you can kind of see the difference in the fuselage design. It's much simpler. So instead of fussing over all of the different cross-section changes, going from round to squared off to you know, a spine, and then blending down smoothly over the engines. As much as I'd love to have smoother blending between the engines and the fuselage here, and I could have still done it the way that I ended up, you know, using separate components, it just would have been a headache. I wanted to get this done in 2 weeks. It ended up taking me about 2.5 weeks, but better than, you know, me never releasing it because it's never finished, like most of my projects. So I just said, fuck it, we'll use separate fuselage pieces for the engines. And so there's no smooth blending, and the fuselage cross-section is more consistent. It's not completely consistent though. So you may notice it pinches in right around the wing root, because when I originally built this, it did still have some blending. This cross-section at the back actually ran the entire length of the engine. So I built the fuselage literally around the engines, and then it came back to a you know, round-ish cross-section right around here where the wing root is. Of course, that then leads to other issues trying to get fuselage space to put fuel tanks and things, so I ended up changing it a bit, but that's generally the shape it is. You know, it starts perfectly round, it starts kind of getting a bit more oblong, then it squares off a little, and then it pinches in at the bottom and runs all the way back out to here, to the tail. Like I said, the tail's essentially the same. It does have a little bit more dihedral added to it than it did before, but still not as much as I was originally planning. Like, I was originally planning for this to genuinely look like the tail end of a Victor. You can see I made that little bulb on top of the tail a bit bigger. Again, partly because Victor inspiration, partly just because I thought it fit better. And it gives you a bit more space to put your control linkages, like all the servos and cranks and stuff that would run through the tail. I was debating whether I put the pitot boom or something up here, because jets of this era, you tend to find the pitot wasn't actually... If it had a radar, it wasn't fixed to the nose. If it didn't have a radar, then it would be on the nose, but, you know, they hadn't quite figured out how to put things in front of the radar without it causing problems. So I was thinking of putting it on the tail, but I thought it's already a T-tail, it's a fighter, it's going to pull reasonable angles of attack. The last thing you want is your pitot being blanked by the entire aircraft. Now, the A6 has its pitot boom up on the tail, but the A6 is a bomber. It kind of isn't as, like, it's fairly maneuverable for a bomber, but it's still a bomber. It's not as important there. So I ended up just being like, nah, fuck it. We'll just leave that as, like, somewhere to house the control cranks and things. Hey, Bones, good to see ya. It's going. We're just, having a bit of a spurg session about this thing I built in Flyout. We'll give it a test fly in a little bit. So anyway, you can see that the plan form is basically the same, because I was like, I like the wings, I'm keeping the wings. It was the fuselage. Even the engines are similar, the specs are different because I had to change them a bit, including increasing their diameter slightly. But the wings I kept, because I quite liked the wings and I thought it flew fairly well. One thing to notice, though, is it's a very long aircraft. The wings are essentially in the center of it. Now I look at it, I probably should have increased the wingspan slightly, just to account for the change in size and weight. But the wings are basically in the center of the aircraft. If you look at the XF-88, which was the original Voodoo, its nose would end about there in reference to the wings and tail. It's, you know... This looks aesthetically pleasing, but I kind of realized after I built it, and, you know, it doesn't handle badly. It flies nicely. It's very easy to fly. It's pretty honest, well-behaved aircraft, but the problem is there's not a lot of tail surface, and it's a fairly short moment arm from the wing, like from both the center of mass and the center of lift. if the wings were a bit further from the tail, it might turn a little better. Also, if the wings, you know, were a little bigger, it would probably turn a little better. If the center of mass is a little further back, it would turn a little better. But by the time I kind of thought about that, I'd already built the thing out, and I was like, I'm happy with it as it is. We'll just say, you know, it's close enough, and we'll take it on board for our next design. Because I was just freestyling this. Like, I wasn't basing this off any reference pictures. This was just like me reinventing the Voodoo from first principles. So I wanted to get the layout about right and make sure it just flew well enough, but I wasn't thinking necessarily about how can I get every little bit of performance possible out of this. I was trying to build something that looked good, and then afterwards I was like, maybe I should have built for performance first and then focused on the details. It's the classic TISM problem of you get halfway through a project and then you're like, cool, now I've done half of the basic foundational work. I'm going to start doing the fiddly details that should be left until the absolute last thing. Because that was what I did. I started building the fuselage. So wings in Flyout at the moment are quite basic. They're a very basic symmetrical plan form. You can edit the chord of the wing, the thickness to chord ratio. Like, you can edit stuff like that, but it's a symmetrical airfoil. You can add washout and stuff, but it's fairly basic. But like it isn't going to look smooth. Like, it's not going to look smooth at all, as you would have seen on the initial sort of draft of this, if that's what you want to call it. You could see like a distinct line where the leading edge of the wing was, another distinct line where the trailing edge was. And also for designs where things need to retract into the wing, you can't do that without it just clipping through the wing. Like, there's no way to make a hole in the wing that you can put the gear into. So the way that people get around this, or things like, you know, in-wing intakes like this, is to use fuselage sections set to 1mm or 0mm skin thickness. You have to file edit to get it to 0, so that it doesn't have weight, because the skin thickness isn't actually the skin thickness, it's just an approximation of how complex or heavy the component is. So say like you've got a fuselage section that you've morphed into some sort of avionics component, you would set that to like really high thickness to simulate the weight inside it. So what you do is you take a fuselage component, you set it to 0 or 1mm thickness just to cut the weight, and then you turn aerodynamic simulation off for it, because it's already simulating the aerodynamics on the wing. You don't want it double dipping, like, because then you end up with extra drag that you wouldn't realistically have. So that's what I did. I started fuselage covering the wings to get the smooth sort of shape on it and get the landing gear retracts done. And it was only when I'd done that and got, you know, painstakingly set up all the control surfaces to blend into the wing. So we've got, you know, an aileron, 2 flap segments, and then 2 spoiler segments on each wing, plus the 2 leading edge flaps. I'd done all of that. I'd done the wingtips, done everything. I'd even added a very slight washout to the tips of the wing. It was a pain in the ass to do. It took me like the better part of a day. And it was only then I realized, like, oh, maybe I should have perfected the wing first and then done that, because now I can't make any substantial changes to the wing. Womp womp. Same thing with the paint job. I started painting it up, and then I was like, wait, shit, I need to like change the shape of the fuselage. Like, when I blended the engines in with it, I need to change the shape of like most of the length of the fuselage, and sure enough, doing that fucked up the painting. So all of the livery, the panel lines, everything I had to redo. So I wasted about half a day going back over work I'd already done. You want to hop down, do you? Do you want to say hello first? You want to say hello to everybody? She was at the groomers yesterday, so she actually looks like a dog again instead of a trash panda. Hey? You look like a little doggy, not a trash panda. But you still act like a trash panda. It's my girl. Hop down. So yeah, like, I did waste a lot of time going back over work I'd already done, but it's a learning experience, right? This is my first Scratch build, so inevitably I was going to fuck things up and learn how to do things properly. The intakes were a nightmare. Not as bad as I expected them to be, but still pretty bad. So for the longest time, when I was test flying it and perfecting other areas of the aircraft, the intakes were literally just like a truncated circle, like slightly in front of the compressor face of the engine. It was just a circle sticking out of the side of the fuselage. When I actually got round to it, I knew that I wanted to have them blend into the wings, and I knew I needed to have them somehow blend into this shape, but I was having trouble figuring out how to best do that. What I ended up doing was just bringing the wing in, setting this to hole, like the hole material. There's no aerodynamics on this fuselage part anyway. There is on the wing section here. So I was like, oh, it'll be fine. And then making a separate intake duct. So this inner duct is a separate piece, which was a nightmare. It was a mistake because you can see if you zoom in enough, like I was trying to eyeball the lining up of vertices between the inner duct and the outer because they're two separate components. And of course, it's very hard to eyeball that in Flyout. So there's visible holes there. It's far from perfect. If I was doing it again, what I would have done is just, I would have made this a completely separate component. I would have, including this engine part, I would have used a fuselage section, probably oriented the other direction. And just, oh, actually maybe not because of the wing profile. That's the thing, right? Because I was trying to blend it into the actual wing root. It might have been easier to just have a separate one kind of overlaid there, so it wouldn't match the wing profile perfectly, but it would at least be close enough. That's probably what I should have done. It would have been quicker, it would have been easier, there would have been less visible gaps in the model, like stuff like that. But that's not what we did, because we don't do smart things here. And also the splitter here, the boundary layer splitter, ended up being, it's not a proper boundary layer splitter to begin with because it doesn't actually follow the fuselage, it hangs off the edge of it. But that was a whole other thing, so lesson learned. That's something we'll do differently next time. And also you can see that the engine nacelles, if you will, don't really blend that well into either the wing or the fuselage, again because I was just trying to get this done on time and I didn't really feel confident in my ability to do that and not spend months perfecting it. It does mean there's some visible clipping, but whatever. Has Flyout gotten real good, or are you insane? Flyout is probably a couple weeks or maybe a month away from a major update, which will add custom missile building. So you can like make your own air-to-air and air-to-ground missiles in the game with like all sorts of complex parameters, including their guidance systems. Stone has risen from the grave and taken on some extra developers. So it will be getting real good. It's still, like, at the moment, it's still as it has been for about a year, but there is improvement on the horizon. And honestly, like, even with it being the state it's in, I just enjoy being able to build planes and fly them. Anyway, landing gear ended up also being a pain in the ass, arguably more of a pain in the ass than the intakes. The nose landing gear was simple enough. Now, with mods, you can do a lot more. So with mods, you can attach components to, like, anything to anything. In the default game, you can't attach components to certain things, like rotors or landing gear. These landing lights are not attached to this landing gear leg because I'm not modding the game at the moment, right? I've just got the vanilla game. What I had to do was put a separate hinge up here that's, like, coaxial to the landing gear pivot pin, and then set it to retract and extend at the exact same speed and the exact same timings as the landing gear, which took a bit of eyeballing and a bit of trial and error, but we got there. Nose gear doors took a while to sequence correctly. It would have been a lot easier if I didn't spurg out about making sure the gear didn't clip the doors as it opens. Getting it to sequence the doors correctly on closing is easy. People have been doing that for ages. It's not that difficult to... It's one I designed. It's very heavily inspired by a Voodoo, but it's not quite a Voodoo. It's a fictional one. There was a bi-weekly build prompt for a 1940s or 50s penetration fighter, like a long-range escort fighter, and so I decided, you know what? For my first actual build in the game, I may as well jump into the deep end and give myself 2 weeks to build something from scratch, which I did. Well, 2.5 weeks, because it took me a few extra days, but Yeah, the nose gear was easy to do. Just getting it to open without clipping is difficult because you have to put a delay on the landing gear itself, which means that you have to play around with the rotation angles a bit, and then that threw out the landing lights. So what I ended up doing was just making the extension and retraction speed on this slower than the doors were, and it solved the problem without the delay. The main gear, this was a pain because, again, I'm trying to follow the profile of the wing. So I had to make sure all of the doors, as closely as possible, lined up with the underside of the wing. So I'm aligning all these vertices by eyeball. There's a couple of like janky faces where things are clipping into each other. But again, if you don't zoom all the way in, you won't notice. So I was just like, you know what? I kind of don't care. You'll be able to see it in action once we actually take the thing out to fly. So remember before I was saying I was going to put the pitot on the tail and decided no, didn't want it aerodynamically shadowed if the aircraft's turning. We put it on the wing, old standby. What I would have liked to do, this does have wing flex, by the way. So part of the reason it took me so long to do the wings is most people would just make a single fuselage section to cover the wing. I didn't. The wingtip is a separate section, just so I could color it differently. And also because by the time I got to the wingtip, the vertices were all like out of alignment and fucked up, and it was causing all sorts of gross geometry. So I just made a completely separate wingtip to solve that problem, so I wouldn't have to deal with it. Otherwise, you know, when I scaled in the wingtip itself, it created all sorts of horrible lighting errors. So there's the wingtip's a separate section. That is a separate section. Oh, sorry, no. That's a separate section on the wing itself. I can't select the wing covering anymore because I set to 0 thickness. When you do that in file editing, you can't select it in game unless you go through the component menu here. So we'll see if we can do that. Port. Right, port outer wing panel. There we go. Okay, so the wingtip is one component. This is one component, and then the panel in from it. So all the wing panels are down the bottom. Port mid-wing panel is that one there. And then there's also port wing root. In hindsight, I should have split this again into two because of some quirks of the way I made this wing. But you can see I've got all these separate wing panels, and the reason for that is because I wanted wing flex. So there's a soft joint between the wing root and the mid-wing panel, and between the mid-wing panel and the outer wing panel. So the entire wing will flex along its length. It's really subtle, but it's noticeable. It meant, though, that each wing panel had to be an individual piece, which was then attached to the individual actual wing section, because as the wing, which is invisible, moves, then everything attached to it will move. So if I had, say, the control surfaces attached to where the control surfaces actually are, but I didn't have the wing panels and stuff set, you would see the control surfaces lifting out of the wing with hard maneuvers, you know, when the wing's flexing. So I had to go through and do that. So each individual section of the wing is attached to the piece under it so that it follows the flexing of the wing exactly. It took ages. So the issue I was just alluding to with the way I set up the wing. Remember how I said this inner wing root with the intake, this is, you know, this doesn't simulate aerodynamics on the fuselage piece. It simulates it on the invisible wing beneath it. The problem here is the invisible wing beneath it is extremely thick. You know, you can see it's a very thick wing root. But this is an intake. So on the real aircraft, you wouldn't be copying as much drag off this because it's an intake, right? It's going into the engine. Yeah, you get drag off the compressor face, but then you're getting thrust out the back of it. The way this is working, it's treating this as if it's a solid block. because the wing underneath it is. So what I should have done is I should have, and then the wing root carries through to the fuselage to simulate this. What I should have done is I should have divided the wing there, and then made this whole piece, just deleted this whole segment of wing. Like the actual wing component, not the, the fuselage component that shows where the wing is. And then have the fuselage component of the wing root have aerodynamics turned on. So then you'd have aerodynamic simulation off the wing from here outboard. And then all of this from, the intake inboard to the center of the wing would be just fuselage. Because the Flyout does generate lift off of fuselage parts, but not as efficiently as the wing. So you use the wing components for your actual wings, and you use the fuselage components for things that should generate lift but aren't like an actual proper wing. So that's how I should have done it, because I tested it. I did that on a test version of this. Doing so, splitting the wing, means that I'd have to repaint all the wing details. I'd have to rebuild a whole bunch of stuff. So I'll do it in the future. I won't do it now, but it did save me a significant amount of drag. It actually significantly boosted this thing's performance, especially top speed at low altitude. It went from barely meeting the specifications to actually exceeding them quite handily. The engines, as I said, on the original design, they were a bit weak. Like, even being overpowered for the era, they were still kind of weak. I did a lot of tuning to get these where I needed them. Initially, I had them fairly strong for the era, and it gave me quite good performance. But then I was like, it's kind of cheating. This is meant to be like a very late 40s, early 50s design, like 49, 50, 51 kind of thing. So I went back and derated the engines quite a bit. I did lose performance out of it. It was a very fine balancing act to try and get a thrust-to-weight ratio in line with what you would expect for the era versus engine power you'd expect for the era, but we got there. Fuel in this, there's quite a bit, but it's not as much as, like, the fuel fractions are lower than the original design. So there's 2 tanks that are squished in between the engines, one rear, one forward. The dorsal tank is still there. It runs most of the length of the fuselage. Then you have a large fuselage tank in the center section and a smaller belly tank underneath it. It kind of nestles in behind the landing gear bay. But I wanted to leave space for avionics because I figured this thing would have early radio navigation. It would have some, early, it has a radar ranging gun sight, so it would have a radar that ranges the gun sight. Logically follows, right? Like it'd have a rad out, things like that. You would need some avionics space, so I crammed a great big battery to simulate the weight of the avionics rack behind the ejection seat. Originally, it was much larger. There were 2 large avionics bays sitting up against this fuel tank. This fuel tank was about half the height and the avionics sat on top of it. I changed that because I needed more fuel, and I figured that was a bit overkill for avionics of this era. They wouldn't need that much space. There's also a battery simulating the weight of the radar in the nose. Gun ammo sits behind that. And then as we go back to the tail, there's also a battery simulating the weight of any additional avionics in the tail, plus the control mechanisms, like the hydraulics for the tail. So there's quite a bit of weight distributed throughout the aircraft, which drove our fuel fraction down, also drove our wing loading up. It's a classic case, right? Like, you have an aircraft that looks incredible, like really promising performance in testing, and then as soon as you put the actual military load in it, so it's got guns, a gun sight, it's got navigation equipment, all of that, suddenly it's a turd. This wasn't a turd, but it definitely lost a lot of its edge. Anyway, before we hop into a flight, basic specs. And you can compare this to the other original design. The original design, even though it was half finished, it was about 5 tons empty and about 8 tons all up. So we've got about a 3-ton increase over empty weight and about a 5-ton increase over gross weight. The fuel's gone up from, was it like 3.8 tons or something like that to 5.3. This is all internal. This thing doesn't have drop tanks, although I was planning on adding the option for drop tanks. It doesn't have any pylons at the moment, but I'll probably add them later. because the prompt was, you were aiming for 1,450 kilometers of combat radius, so multiply that by 3 to get your actual range, all on internal fuel. Fuel fraction is 0.39, so it's gone down from, what was it on the other one, 0.41 or something. Span is 12 meters, length is 17.5 meters, so it's quite a long jet, but it's still fairly compact. Like, it's still not really that big for the era, but it did increase in size over our previous attempt. Wing loadings increased, not terribly, but enough to be noticeable. And the parts count has about doubled because of the cockpit and stuff like that. Anyway, you guys want to check this thing out? Let's take it out for a flight. Let's start from... Where do we want to go from? We'll go from Southern Valley, I think, and hope the weather's not awful, because the weather at Southern Valley is frequently trash. Now, I'm going to be flying this through keyboard because Flyout still doesn't recognize a full-on HOTAS setup, and I don't want to rebind everything just to work off one controller, so we're going to be flying with the keyboard, which means it's not going to really be able to show you its full range of maneuverability, but I'm pretty sure it would fly pretty nicely. It flies nicely with a keyboard, which means it'd fly really nicely with a HOTAS. You zonked, Baba. Just curled up in a little bed sleeping. It is way too hot here. Hey, going. I like racing games, and every now and then I will try and play them, but I just bounce off because I do not have the ability to play racing games with keyboard and mouse. As much as I wish I could. I just... Windshield reflector gun sight, you noticed that then. Yeah, I decided on that pretty early in the piece, especially knowing how high up the windscreen it was going to need to sit, and how I didn't want it to impact the pilot's forward visibility too badly. So we went with the classic windshield gun sight. We'll get the landing lights and the nav lights turned on. So this is our... we called it the CF-101 because in the lore I came up with for it, it entered service shortly after the Clunk and before the actual Voodoo was accepted by the RCAF. So to go over the lore sort of in brief, the US Air Force started its penetration fighter program. The XF-88 was the front runner in that. We decided that Canada was doing the same thing because there were some concerns that the Clunk might not meet its planned specifications or it might be obsolete on entering service, because the Clunk is a very, very, very conservative design, right? Extremely conservative design. It's it has the aerodynamics of a brick, arguably worse aerodynamics than a brick. It has a huge, big straight wing, straight T-tail. The engine nacelles are huddled right up against the fuselage. It is like the opposite of area ruled. It's a great aircraft, and it actually has really good performance, especially for that. But the idea I came up with was, what if Canadair, which at this time was still pretty much only producing license-built stuff, like license-built Catalinas and starting to gear up for license-produced Sabres, what if Canadair saw Avro busy with the Clunk and was like, opportunity, hello, and started coming up with their own penetration fighter, and mirroring my difficulty in getting the initial design, I was like, what if it fell into development hell? So by the time that McDonnell had essentially taken out the US contest, and then it promptly got cancelled, Canadair was like, please McDonnell, help us with this design, and we'll tech exchange with you so you can have some access to our other designs, because Canadair was working on larger aircraft at the time, things like transports and stuff. So what if they exchanged some work with McDonnell, and McDonnell sent some engineers up who were like, so this is what we did with the XF-88 and it seemed to work. So that's the genesis of this thing. It's a bit of McDonnell DNA. It's a bit of, your more typical Commonwealth DNA, where you've got the these style of intakes, like, a Vampire or a Venom or a Sea Vixen or something. It's got a similar nose to the Clunk. And that was where I started with for this prompt, and sure enough, the weather is shit. Good old Southern Valley. The canopy does open. It's just a simple sliding canopy, up and back slightly. It also has flood lighting for the cockpit, although it still needs some tuning because it doesn't light up the side consoles properly. I'll show you the control surfaces before we actually start taxiing, because it's easier to do it now than when we're in flight. It's got, like I said, fairly decent flap surfaces. They drop quite a ways down. I think it's like 55 degrees or something, deflection. Maybe more, actually. Yeah, I think that's actually closer to 75 degrees. I found during flight testing that 50% flaps will get you off the ground, but 75% flaps is actually the ideal takeoff setting. So it needs quite a bit of flap plugged in for takeoff. Which is not really unlike the eventual CF10, F101B/CF101, the Voodoo, the Interceptor version. It had zap flaps, which is, it's essentially a split flap, but it rolls back and then drops. And if you look at photos of Voodoo's taking off, those flaps are deflected way down. Like, you'd think that creates a boatload of drag. Like, why would you drop that on takeoff? But that's how it worked. I think it was either up or down. It didn't really have intermediate settings from memory, and it was a very big flap. So, similar thing here, funnily enough, it needs quite a lot of flap deflection to help out on takeoff. It's then got these two inboard spoilers. These serve as air brakes. I'm going to, at some point, model a separate air brake, probably under the belly and like just under the intakes. I didn't get around to that in the 2 weeks I set myself, so we just went with the spoilers acting as air brakes for now. They will still stay air brakes once the main air brake is done, but for now that's what we've got. There's also roll control through spoilers. But there's also ailerons. So, this is something where I would need modding to do this the way I planned. You can set control surfaces to have pressure damping. So something like, as the speed builds and the dynamic pressure builds, the control surface starts to lose effectiveness. It starts to lock up. The ailerons do that at a fairly low speed, around Mach 0.8, I think they start locking up, and by 0.9, then barely moving. At low altitude anyway. So, around 1,000 kilometers an hour indicated, they start locking up, kind of like the rudder and the ailerons on the MiG-19. So I was like, why don't I do what the MiG-19 did and have the ailerons lock up around transonic, but then have spoilers deploy, so you're rolling with spoilers around transonic speed. Now, there's no way without modding that I or anyone else seems to be aware of to get a control surface not to deflect until you reach that speed. The only way I could think to do it would make it deflect, like start deflecting continuously as you reach that speed, outside of your control input, so it's not viable. But that's what it's supposed to do, but for now we're just kind of stuck with the spoiler and the flap deploying together. Not flap, aileron, and you can probably imagine just from looking at it, if that was to happen in real life, the spoiler would completely aerodynamically shadow the aileron, and the aileron would be useless. So, in the real aircraft, if it was built, you would not have that spoiler come up until the aileron lost effectiveness anyway. Hey Prey, good to see you, man. So those are our wing control surfaces. Oh yeah, the leading edge flaps are connected directly to the trailing edge flaps. So if I drop the trailing edge flaps, you can see the leading edge flaps drop, and vice versa. Tail surfaces, you can see there's quite a bit of deflection. there's more, you know, nose up deflection than nose down deflection. A common mistake I see, not necessarily, but a common thing I see people do in Flyout is they'll give the elevator or whatever control surface is acting in pitch, they'll give it the same motion upwards as downwards. That might be the case for a few aircraft, but the vast majority of aircraft do not do that. They will deflect at least twice as far nose up as they will nose down, usually more like 3 or 4 times. For example, the MiG-23, I think it's like 30 degrees positive deflection and like 8 point something negative. It's not much. It might be like 12 point something. I did have the number written down somewhere. It's not much. And the same thing here. It doesn't have a lot of nose down deflection, but it has plenty of nose up deflection. And actually, it only deflects, I think, about 20 something degrees nose up, like 24.5 or something. The ailerons also don't deflect that much. But because it's this really high dihedral T-tail design, you can kind of already see the problem. When that's deflected all the way up and it's at, you know, 0 incidence to the air, 0 angle of attack air is hitting it, it's already shattered by the intake. That is an ineffective tail right there. So going any further is useless because it'd be trying to pick up air that's, you know, screened entirely by the wing. So what I've got there I'm quite happy with. Where are the armaments? In the nose. 4 20mm cannons under the nose. Right there. And the ammunition is sitting just behind the gun ranging radar and just in front of the cockpit and the nose gear bay. Now, as is typical for aircraft of this era, and even a lot of aircraft that came from the next generation, roll is not handled by the tail at all. The stabilizer is purely there for pitch. The rudder's a decent size, you know, fairly large rudder, but it doesn't deflect a whole lot, and also it loses effectiveness reasonably quickly with speed. I did at one point try to set up a bit of control mixing between, like, proportionality between the roll controls and the yaw control, but it would take a smarter at maths person than me to set that up correctly. I found that it was typically making the problem worse at most speeds, and there's no real way for me to schedule it based on airspeed, so I just gave up. You would need to manually input rudder to keep this thing aerodynamically clean as you maneuver, which of course is difficult with keyboard and mouse. One thing I forgot to point out while we were in the hangar, does anyone recognize this? It's maybe a little hard to see because of the lighting, because the weather is dog shit down here at the Southern Valley Airport, but does anyone recognize what this is? If you're a fan of the P-51 in DCS, you might. It's another of those early, sort of late 1940s, early 1950s little touches I decided that the jet could use. It is a tail warning radar. So it's not quite 100% proportionally correct, but the shape is at least correct. That is the same antenna you would find on the tail of a very late war P-51. And then I was debating whether I'd put like external dipoles for the radar altimeter on. I ended up not, because I think most Western aircraft, they didn't anyway. They just had like an antenna embedded into the fuselage, whereas the Soviets would have dipoles hanging down underneath. So the rad alt is the 2 black circles here. It sits underneath, you know, what would be fiberglass housings. We will get the flight data panel up. I'll actually put it on the left-hand side because that's where I'm used to having it. And just before we do start taxiing, the wind's pushing us around quite a bit here, even with the parking brake on. I will show you guys the cockpit. Again, this is heavily work in progress, but it gives you an idea of what I want to do with it. You can see this isn't a powered canopy. you would literally open and close it with these handles. I haven't added a jettison mechanism yet. It'd probably be like a, you know, pull and twist lever or something on the side of the canopy rail. All the instruments are placeholders that I borrowed off other people. This is 1960s British style artificial horizon. This is what you'd find on an English Electric Lightning, a Blackburn Buccaneer, or the very earliest Harriers. Unfortunately, the way it's set up in Flyout, someone else made it, but the way it's set up in Flyout, it does give you roll information, it doesn't give you pitch. I'm not sure how you would make a version of this that does give you pitch information as the real thing would. I'm going to have to figure it out and try and build it myself. But I deliberately went with this style over the more traditional, like Western Artificial Horizon, of which there are several fully working examples. Just because I thought it more distinguishes this as not an American aircraft, but as like a Canadian and US joint venture, that you have these little like Commonwealth touches. Like, yes, Canada tends to be more towards the US culturally and tends to use more US kind of vibed components, if that makes sense. Like, if you look in the cockpit of a Canadian aircraft, it looks more like an American aircraft than a British one, but I thought just this little touch would make it stand out a bit more from a US design. You got an angle of attack indicator there. I built my own one, but mine is a UUA one, like you would find in a MiG-21. It doesn't really fit in this aircraft, so I just borrowed one off Messier. Got your airspeed. This shows true airspeed because I've got to set up an actual indicated airspeed gauge if I can figure out how to do it. I think I'm probably going to need mods for it. Early radio navigation equipment. I don't think it actually functions at the moment. I'll have to figure it out later. This is a very rough sort of layout. So the final layout's going to be a bit different. A lot of these instruments have scaled bigger than what I want. So particularly the airspeed indicator, altimeter, vertical speed, like these need to be smaller. The compass probably could be a bit smaller. I'm happy with the artificial horizon being huge because it's kind of really important. But you can see it kind of takes up a lot of the cockpit. And this is way too big. If I was primarily concerned with cockpit space, I would combine the radio nav stuff and the regular compass into a single instrument, as the Soviets did end up doing, and as actually the West ended up doing as well. But a lot of the older aircraft, you'll notice, even the Soviet ones, they're still two separate instruments. Like your radio compass and your actual compass are two completely distinct things. So I think that's how I'll keep it here. I'll just make this smaller and move it so it's a bit less obtrusive. But the general theme will be, as you would expect, blind flying instruments up front, engine and systems related shit on your right. On your left would probably be status indicators for things. So landing gear, flaps, maybe some of your weapons control panels and things. The gun sight, as you can see, and as Egg correctly surmised, does project directly onto the windscreen glass. I need to tune it slightly. The strength of the spotlights which project out of here is actually a little too strong. So the bottom ones are phasing through the windscreen unless the sight rides all the way up. Or down, rather. I think they're not strong enough down the bottom. I'll have to figure it out. But anyway, needs a bit of tuning, but you can see the theory behind it. It does move around a little. It's not caged, so it will move with, I think, angle of attack and yaw rate, stuff like that. I didn't build the sight. I borrowed it from somebody. But I'm planning to build my own in the future. I'm not sure whether my own will be caged or not. Over here you can kind of see the basic hashing out of what I want to do. You know, this would be your annunciator lights, your IFF transponder, things that you kind of set and forget will be over this side. Your oxyreg is over here, your generators, fuel dump, engine relight. That would probably actually, I'd most likely move the engine relight over to this side because you need your throttle hand for that. But mostly the right side will be things you're not going to be changing in flight, right? And we've got our little photo of Daphne because, of course, she was sitting on my lap the whole time I was building this, so we needed to include Daphne in the cockpit. And also, you can't post anything a bit spicy on the Flyout server, so, you know, rather than having something spicy there, we could just have our dog. You got your emergency jettison over here by the landing gear. This top, like, pull twist handle would be your drag chute, which I forgot to mention, it does have one in the back, in the lower tail. And this one would be your emergency gear. So that would drop the gear pneumatically and then lock it. The canopy jettison I'll probably put on the left. It'll probably be like either a handbrake style like the F4 or something, or it'll be like a pull out and twist like the Su-25. This handle here, which isn't marked, this is the flaps. So you can see as I change the flap setting, that moves. I need to actually reverse the direction on it though. So, you know, it's up when the flaps are neutral and it's down as the flaps deploy. It's back to front at the moment. Then you got your engine starter on the left. I might even move that to the right. I might swapsies that with the relight controls. And then you've got, like, this is just placeholder. This is like you'd find in an F-16, but it's just a placeholder. The whole cockpit essentially is placeholder. I'm going to keep, I think, the shape of the instrument panel, but, like, all of the stuff... That's not a cup holder, by the way. That's a speaker. I'll probably replace it with something else later, though. I haven't even set up there should be, like, warning tones for airfield markers and stalls and stuff, but I haven't set them up yet. I was also going to do stall warning lights, like the SUA system in the MiG-21, but I just didn't get around to it yet. So, the cockpit is very placeholder, but the general shape of it I'm happy with. I'd like it to be as detailed and realistic as possible, so it's going to take me a while to do, but we will get there one day. Anyway, that's enough nattering. Let's take this thing up for a flight. Actually gonna zoom the camera out a bit so I can get a bit less of a discombobulating perspective. We're also going to set the pitch trim to 30% of its range nose up, because that's about what we want for takeoff. If I was flying this with a HOTAS, I'd probably just not set takeoff trim, but with the keyboard it's kind of a necessity. You can see she sits quite heavy on the suspension, especially towards the back, so you get quite a pronounced bowing of the nose whenever you tap the brakes, which is, you know, maybe not the best idea of how to design a suspension, but it looks cool. Taxiing like a drunk, as usual. It's got quite a wide wheelbase, so it tracks quite nicely on the ground, but it doesn't turn that well on the ground. So you need to be a little cautious with it when you're trying to maneuver around and, say, park it in a hangar or something. Is that the fluid-filled ball horizon thing? I don't remember exactly how it worked, but yeah, it's something to that effect. There's videos that, like, if you find videos of like the old British promo reels for the Lightning, like when they were trying to recruit people to the RAF, you can see it in action. It's quite cool. Instead of having, like, you know, your typical artificial horizon with the pitch markings on it, doesn't have anything like that. It's literally just that sort of concentric circles target thing on the face of the instrument, and then you reference that against the colors of the ball, like, you know, the one half is sky and the other half is ground. It is quite neat. The music bot has decided to go on strike again. There we go. Got a slight crosswind, but not too bad, so we should be okay. Back pressure to get it to lift off. So you can see how the landing gear doors are sequenced. The landing lights turn off automatically as the gear retracts, and then they come back on when you deploy the gear. Get ourselves up nicely through the clouds. It doesn't climb very well without the afterburner, which is a bit of a downside to the design. It really needs the afterburner on for a solid 5 minutes to get it to altitude. But again, that's partly something that would be solved by me fixing that issue with the wings, and partly something that just, you know, you kind of have to take it as a disadvantage of the design, because there's a reason that none of these, you know, early jet age penetration fighters really made it into service. The closest you get is the Voodoo, which was, you know, an almost ground up redesign into the F-101. And even then it wasn't really successfully used as a penetration fighter, it was used as a fighter bomber and an interceptor. And a reconnaissance aircraft, which was very successful at because of its speed. Should be through the clouds. Yep. So you can actually get a view of the underside now that we're up in the light. Even though I'd be above the gear speed up here, we'll just pop the gear so you can see how the sequencing works on the doors. Oops. Oh, stick with my desk. Sorry, did that startle you, Bubba? So yeah, this is what I ended up building. Like I said, it took me about 2.5 weeks. Mind you, that is including the half a week it took me to realize my original design was not optimal and scrap it. So this actual incarnation of the aircraft took me about a week. Sorry, about 2 weeks, which I'm pretty happy with. It means that there's a lot of nasty little sins hidden, particularly with bits of geometry that just did not work as according to plan. But it looks good from, you know, a normal distance. It flies pretty nicely. It's incredibly easy to land. It's very, very tame on landing. So I'm pretty happy with it. And now you can see the cockpit without having to have the floodlights on. Those are the actual floodlights there. There's one either side aiming at the sort of lower instrument panel towards the middle, so it illuminates the side consoles and then the main instruments. And then there's a small one either side facing down, which lights up basically directly below itself. And as you can see, the windscreen is also optically coated, so it's a bit, you know, a bit shiny compared to the rest of it. If I now disable the autopilot, we'll do some maneuvering. Don't have a lot of airspeed to play with, but you can see the gun sight tracking around in response to our maneuvers. And if I go into the external view and use the fixed camera here, so you can see the control surface is deflecting there. As I build up more speed, the aileron will stop deflecting. So as our indicated airspeed approaches about 900 to 1,000 kilometers an hour. You can see it's already starting to deflect less. And you can see the wing flex. I'm very proud of that. It took me way longer to do than it really should have, but I'm very proud of that. It wouldn't be that big of a deal if I just, you know, hadn't fuselage covered the wings, if I just select the actual wing components as the wing. But going through and doing the fuselage covered wing components, you don't usually see people go to the effort of making sure that the wing flex works. Although now I notice the outboard wing flex is flexing with the wing, which it probably shouldn't be doing. But that's, I can fix that. I can just reparent it to the wing root, which doesn't flex at all. You can also see it from the front of the aircraft. I'll have to probably reset the camera to do that. Oh. It's not going to be as easy to reset as I thought. Okay, there we go. That one was a little spicy, but a little close to the ground for comfort there. Take it back under the cloud and see if we can find the F field, which we probably will not. We appear to be out over the water. So I think we mostly headed south, right? Wait, no, we're not over water, we're over land. It's just that foggy Now, a smart man would have the Flyout world map open in a browser tab in the background so that he could find his current position and then use that to find his way back home. However, not only am I not a smart man, but I have so many fucking browser tabs open that I can't do that while streaming because it will murder my PC. So we're just gonna have to guesstimate. Or we can just set up a new flight at a airfield that doesn't have abysmal weather. I can show you guys how it lands there. Because the radio navigation instruments from memory require mods to actually work. Yeah, you can see it's not really doing anything there, so... Oh, and just to show the weapons, by the way. Like I said, 420 mils. Reasonably high rate of fire on them. They're meant to be revolver cannons, like M39s. And if we go into the cockpit view, you can actually see that they do shoot where the gun sight is. Except when you're in a hard turn, because the gun sight's not quite set up correctly. What jet is this? This is one I designed and built. It's a fictional sort of joint venture between Canada and the US to design a long-range penetration fighter around the same timeline that the CF-100 was in development. Drawing heavily off of the XF-88. So it's like late 40s, early 50s kind of timeline. Yeah, we'll switch out to probably just the default airfield since the weather up there is usually pretty decent. It needs quite a lot of runway, so any of the GA sort of airfields with shorter runways, you won't make it off the ground, and you certainly won't make it back onto the ground. I was actually considering it, Gurn, because after all the extra weight was added with the nearing completion of the design, I found that it wasn't really able to make the 5-minute time to altitude requirement consistently. It could still do it if you really flew it cleanly and hugged the burner all the way off the ground, but it was struggling. So I think realistically, if you wanted to make that requirement, you would have to add JATO thrusters to it. Even if just to get it off the runway quicker, because it takes so long to accelerate down the runway. That's probably the biggest problem, is it has really slow spooling engines and it doesn't accelerate quickly on the ground, or in the air really, but especially on the ground. We're going to be fighting a crosswind here, which I'm not overly keen on, but we'll deal with it. We'll probably see if we can land at another airport where there might be a bit less of a crosswind going on. Oh, I'll show you the turn performance as well. It's not amazing, but it's not the worst. It's a little difficult to control in a crosswind with keyboard and mouse, but it's not the worst. Yeah. Yeah, anyone who's into building stuff on KSP would probably like this. It's certainly a lot more freeform, which is both a blessing and a curse at times. Also, like, I mean, it's a whole genre of games now, right? It's building aircraft and things like that, or ships or whatever. You've got Stormworks for just vehicles in general, you've got automation for cars, you've got Flyout and Simple Planes for aircraft, a few others as well. I gather, just from talking to other people, because I have Simple Planes, but I haven't got around to actually playing it yet, I gather that Flyout has more complex aerodynamic modeling, so it's more in-depth, but Simple Planes has, like, it's more complete in terms of development, and it's a bit easier to play. So, like, Simple Planes has multiplayer and stuff like that. Flyout doesn't have anything like that yet. I think one of the early Flyout prototypes did, though. Okay, we're up to Mach 0.75. We're going to just... not pile on the roll trim. We're going to pile on some pitch trim. We're going to plug in the burner and see what we can hold for a turn. It's about a 4G turn at 1500 meters with the flaps up. So about 9 degrees a second. If we drop the flaps halfway, it should be like a maneuver position, and we get not a huge increase, I guess. Actually, it would help if I actually tightened up the turn a little. About 11 to 12 degrees a second. We drop them out to their 3/4 position, which is our takeoff flap setting. Then we start bleeding energy quite substantially, but we do get about a 13-ish degree turn rate. So it's not fantastic, but it'll do. Roll rate's not the worst, but it's certainly nothing to write home about. Given the wind, what we're going to do is we're going to fly out over the coast and probably land at the coastal runway. The one that's out on an island. Waiting for the sprocket memes at some point? Yeah, I do need to get back into Sprocket. I have like one design in Sprocket that's actually really fleshed out, but it's not too different to Flyout really. I mean, I've got this now, but I've also got the Row 13, which is like my pet, even though it was based on someone else's design originally. So that airfield, that would put us landing into the wind, but look at the size of the runway. You would never get this aircraft down there. Never. Like, I've tried, trust me. It don't like it. So if you look at our range, even down at this altitude, having burnt off the forward fuselage and belly tanks with those maneuvers, and part of the wing tank, we are still showing nearly 1,000 kilometers range, and an hour of flight, just barely above sea level. This thing's actual maximum range, once you get up to about 35,000 feet, is roughly 2,500 kilometers. So it still falls quite well short of the requirement, which was 1450 for combat radius, which is about a third of your total range. But it's certainly better than some of the other aircraft that were kind of completed as part of the same prompt. There are a few people that absolutely smashed the range requirement. There are a few people that smashed all the requirements. But quite a few of them ended up having very, sort of mediocre range, like equivalent to or less than a Sabre or something like that. This is outranged by the Clunk quite substantially. So, at least I think it is. I think the Clunk's... Well, actually, I think the Clunk's range is like 2,500 miles, or it might be 2,500 kilometers, but either way, the Clunk actually would end up being closer to the spec of what was required for this, except in terms of speed. The Clunk is actually not slow either. It looks slow, but it's not as slow as you would think. So my sort of lore for this aircraft is that it was a hedge against the Clunk not meeting its requirements. And then they discovered that actually, like, this thing didn't quite meet its requirements, and the Clunk excelled at what it was designed to do. And so it would have ended up being supplanted by the Clunk in its own design role, and more sort of relegated to other duties. And then, once McDonnell ended up developing the XF-88 into the F-101, then Canada would have ended up buying the F-101B anyway as the CF-101 Voodoo, except now it would probably have had to have been like the CF-102 instead, because this is the 101. And this thing would have been sold off to, Allied Air Forces as a sort of low-budget, long-range fighter, or something like that, or like a fighter bomber. So the airport we're going for is out right about there, I think that looks like it. It's out along here anyway. We'll stop climbing, come off the power a bit. No countermeasures, as you would expect for this era. At the moment, there's no provision for air-to-ground ordnance or missiles, because, as you can see, there's no hard points to attach them to. Like I said, I was planning on putting drop tanks on it at some point, so that will probably still happen, and then it will have, some capacity for bombing or firing rockets or maybe early sidewinders, but at the moment it's purely a gunfighter. One of the things I didn't get time to do was make actual, aerodynamic cutouts for the gun ports. That's another improvement I might do in the future, but just didn't have time for in the 2-week period for the prompt. But overall, I'm happy with how it turned out. Oh, one of the other things I wanted to do was I wanted to add a very small wing piece to serve as a flex joint for the pitot boom, so it would flex under load. But now I think about it, it would probably not have the effect I want. It would just go up or down, it wouldn't actually vibrate. I might be able to fake it with, control surface motors or something instead, but it'd be quite a lot of effort for not a lot of return. So that's where we're going to land. It's not a super long runway, but it should be long enough for this aircraft. You can see, as the flaps deploy, the first two stages drop the nose, and then it floats up on the third and the fourth. So you've got to be careful when you retract the flaps after takeoff. Drop the gear. I'm just using the trim inputs to control the turn, because obviously precision turn with keyboard not really a thing. I could use the mouse fly feature at the moment, but it makes it kind of hard to look around the aircraft. We're coming in way too short and steep because I overcooked it. It's alright, we can compensate. We can just add power. What we might actually do is put the air brakes away as well. So they are definitely not helping us there. You can see that Ford's visibility over the nose is fucking fantastic, so this is not going to be a difficult aircraft to land from the cockpit. Okay, now we start coming off the power, letting it sink. We're coming in a little hot. Normally I'd be approaching like 300 kilometers an hour-ish. Maybe 350 tops, but I'm a little sloppy with my flying today. There goes the chute. Get the wheel brakes working. Release the chute. The chute releases from a little door here on the tail. You can see it open there. So it's packed at like a 60-degree angle up into the tail between the engines. Neutral out the trim. I forgot there's not actually a taxiway down this end. So we will need to turn the aircraft around. Turn circle is substantially better than it used to be, but it's still pretty wide. I might actually leave the flaps dropped. On the ground, you would probably leave the flaps dropped. I mean, first of all, they drop from lack of hydraulic pressure when the aircraft's powered down, but you'd also leave them dropped so that the erks don't cave into the temptation of trying to step on them while they're walking on the wing. Open the lid as well. We'll just go park it up over there, and then we will consider hopping in something else. I might quickly show off some of the other designs from the same prompt too, actually, and then we'll hop in like DCS or IL2 maybe. I will also need a bit of a break for food and to see what my demon child is up to. I can't see her, which is concerning. She might be over by the door. Yeah, you can do helicopters, you can do jets, you can do piston engine aircraft, you can do turboprops, you can build cars, many people have, you can build boats, you can... I think someone built a submarine? Like, you can build all sorts of wild shit in Flyout. The main focus is obviously aircraft, but... Where's my Halo Pelican replica? Somebody made something that looks very much like a Pelican. There's quite a few dropships and dropship type things. Oh, you can build rockets too. You can put stuff in orbit. Someone put, like, a fucking, orbiter capsule in orbit. Yeah, very based. Get rid of the flight data panel, because we are done flying. Oh, the little pipe sticking out of the arse end of the plane is the fuel dump, by the way. It doesn't dump very much fuel, though. It's quite a slow drain rate. Put it there just as a nice to have. I think we actually have the turn radius to turn ourselves around inside this hangar now. We didn't before. We'll try it. We'll see how we go. I don't know if I'll play it today during the stream. I haven't actually set it up yet. Like, I haven't got round to it, because between work and DAF and this, I have not been doing much other gaming. I was so, like, tunnel-visioned on building this thing. And there we go. That is our jet. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. Obviously, I've learned a lot from it. There's a lot of things I almost immediately realized I could have done better. But in general, I'm really happy with how it turned out. It looks good. It flies pretty nicely. Maybe it doesn't fly up to the full performance spec of what I was aiming for, but it's a sedate, well-behaved aircraft. The one thing is, because of the way aerodynamics work in Flyout, you can't simulate the influence of one component on another aerodynamically. So, first of all, area ruling doesn't work properly. It had to be approximated. Second of all, this getting shadowed by the wing doesn't happen, so you don't get the deep stalls you would expect from a T-tail. I could probably simulate that, so I could find out, and I might actually do it later, not on stream, but later. I could find out what angle of attack you need before you would have that shadowed by the wing, and you'd have the downflow off the wing hitting the back of the stab and you know, counteracting it. And then I could set up a control response, like a massive invisible elevator control that doesn't respond to anything else, but what it does is when, you know, when you hit that angle of attack, it suddenly forces the nose up aggressively and prevents you from recovering it, except maybe with the drag chute like you would use on an actual Voodoo. I reckon there's a way to do that. There'd absolutely be a way to do it with mods, because, you know, you can do all sorts of weird, wonderful shit by using Lua scripting. But in the base game, unmodded, probably the way to do that would be just an invisible control surface reacting to angle of attack. The downside being that surface would be generating drag whenever it's not in use. But yeah, that might be the go. I might try that because it doesn't exhibit pitch up, and it should. But other than that, it's really well behaved. It is a really nice flying aircraft, and you can see as our angle of attack is varying with the wind there, the little angle of attack vane will be swinging with it. Very subtly and almost imperceptibly, but it is moving. If we got hit by a sudden gust, it would flip over. It doesn't. I was just thinking that myself yesterday, because I was going back to check through a VOD, and I noticed that it wasn't there. So I don't know what's happened. Don't know if it was deliberately removed or if there was a whoopsie and they haven't fixed it yet or what. But yeah, that's our jet. The CF-101 Coyote, I ended up calling it. Yeah, it's weird. It must just be a bug or something, man. Anyway, let's go back to the hangar, and I'll show you guys probably the most successful design for the same prompt, and then I'll quickly flip through a couple of the others, but we won't test fly all of them. I've test flown them off stream. So one of the other ones, just got to try and remember the names of them. I like the look of this one, the Mohawk, but the flight performance leaves a few things to be desired. One of the issues is I couldn't get it to actually take off with a full fuel load. So if you look at its fuel fraction, it's a very light aircraft, but it doesn't contain much fuel. That's because it has a shitload of fuel tanks in the aircraft, but they're all set to empty. And I suspect the reason they're set to empty is because the guy that made it was struggling to get it off the ground and get it to climb with a full fuel load. And so, you know, it was a case of, oh, put the fuel in, but then remove it for standard flight ops. I like the look of the aircraft, though. It's it's a nice looking aircraft. It looks feasibly like something from the time period. You know, it's got the very wide chord, kind of thick-ish wings that you would find on something like a Clunk, but they are swept a little. It's got the sort of partially cruciform tail where the stab sits partway up the tail fin. It's got the blunt nose with a, you know, space for a small not fire control radar, but like a gun ranging radar or maybe a very small airborne intercept radar, and then you've got a backseater that would operate that. So I really like this design. There's a lot about this that I really like. But it just, when I test flew it, it just wasn't getting there with flight performance. Maybe I was setting it up wrong, but with a full fuel load, I couldn't get it to fly very nicely. But I do like the aircraft. It's cute. It probably wouldn't take much tweaking to get it to actually handle really nicely. There's also... trying to remember where it is in the list. This one, the SE-240. This is a very interesting aircraft. This is so French. It is so French. It's, what if we take an actually quite nice aerodynamically clean swept wing fighter and then we just like put it on top of another fighter, which is just an engine. Like, the diameter of the fuselage at the landing gear, the main gear, which attaches to the lower engine, is like wider than the main fuselage at its widest point. It's incredible. It's very creative. One thing you do notice is a lot of people tend to try and mimic the pitot boom off a MiG-21 BIS or PFM or whatever. They don't seem to quite understand why those fins are there. because and War Thunder did this too. The War Thunder MiG-21 BIS did this, and I think the MF as well. For the longest time, they had the DUA vanes sitting cruciform instead of like an X instead of a plus, which they should be, because what those are doing on the MiG-21 is they're feeding the air data into the gun sight. The actual angle of attack sensor for the aircraft, for the pilot's reference, is beside the cockpit on the nose, which is why it's reading at a higher angle of attack than what actually the wing is getting, because it's influenced by the flow over the nose of the aircraft. They deliberately put these sensors way out in front of the aircraft, outside of that dirty air, because it's feeding the weapons system. It's feeding your gun sight. You need clean data for that. So one transduces your angle of attack, one transduces your side slip, your beta. So that's why they should be sitting like that and not like that. That's also why on my fighter, my my row 13, which is kind of Delta-ish MiG-21 oid, that's why they actually flex with the angle of attack and the side slip, and they are positioned way out in front of the nose. But you can see it's got space for a radar. It's got a fucking massive cannon under the nose. I'm not sure what it is. I think it's a 37. Flyout has a limit set in the editor of, I think, 32 millimeters, but you can file edit bigger guns in. I've seen people with 75 millimeter cannons and stuff, but I think that's a 37. And then you've got these things, which are 20 mils. So you've got 4 20 mils and a 37. You've got space for a radar. It doesn't have a cockpit, really. It just has a very simple gun sight. Most people didn't build cockpits for their aircraft because it's time consuming. And the way that the wing guns are put in these little pods is quite interesting. The landing gear retracts, as you might imagine, into this engine pod. So you end up with this really interesting situation where the center of thrust is quite substantially below the center of mass and center of lift. It is angled up slightly to compensate for that, but this is a reasonably chunky engine, right? I forget how much thrust it puts out, but it's quite a bit. This is quite a fast aircraft. I think this thing will get up to close to Mach 2 at certain altitudes. Which is kind of well beyond what you have in the early 50s era. This would be more like a mid to late 50s design. It's really interesting. Like, it's not winning any beauty awards. It probably would if you got rid of the engine. If you put the engine in the fuselage and had like small intakes in the wings or under the belly or something, it'd probably be quite beautiful. But you know, with this great big chonker, it's not the prettiest thing on earth. It's also a nightmare in terms of ground handling because its center of mass is sitting way above the landing gear. Like, you can see how high it is above the center of mass. Or, sorry, how high the center of mass is above the landing gear. And it's got these, like, chicken legs. It's so unpleasant to taxi. We will test flight this one, actually, because I'll show you. We'll go... I think shoreside is the one we just landed at, so we'll try and get rid of the crosswind element without cheating the weather. Daphne! Where's Daphne? Oh, you're on the couch. I didn't see you. Hello, Bubba. I forgot to bring your blanket and your crate out this morning, didn't I? I'll do that later. You watching TV, Bubba? You want to come up? I have bribes. Do you want some Milky Stick? You want this? Oh, hello, Bubba. Hello, gorgeous. Daphne, why have you been licking your fur again? It's gonna get all matted again. You literally had that fixed yesterday. You're undoing the groomer's hard work. Why are you like this? Why are you like this, girlie? You're very kissy. You're very kissy this morning. Hello, gorgeous. Oh, I love you too. I love you too. Gorgeous. Hello. Do you want to hop up on my shoulder? Hop up on my shoulder? That's a girl. Whoop. Hold on tight. Okay, so this thing. It certainly looks interesting. It certainly looks fast. But let me tell you, its performance is something. We'll go 30 degrees on. So okay, first problem. This is not me trying to be mean. This is me like speaking from the perspective of trying to design something that flies well. This stopped cutting it when jets started approaching the speed of sound. This ain't gonna cut it. Like, you need fully deflecting tail surfaces at this point. And I think this is where the aircraft's problem comes from. The aircraft's problem being that it doesn't pitch. It just doesn't pitch. At basically any speed. You got big inboard flaps. They're quite decent sized flaps. They're well placed. Yep, nothing too wrong with those. Your ailerons are not the worst. Like, you'd expect them to be reasonably effective, but this tail, man, this tail is the issue, right? You're not going to get anything out of that at any speed. And I will show you exactly that. And also how hard it is to handle on the ground. So we'll get it rolling, which requires a fair bit of throttle. Look at how much it rolls just on the ground when I try and steer it. Look at what it's doing. This is a real challenge on the ground. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that it's so difficult to maneuver on the ground without binning the plane. Like, I like things that are, whether intentionally or not, built with flaws in them in Flyout, especially if it's intentional. Like, someone trying to accurately simulate dumb design features from a historical period is my shit. Which is why I went with a T-tail, right? And numerous other things I did. So this isn't the longest runway, but it does end in a sheer drop, which is going to kind of be useful to us here, because the only way to get this thing off the ground is to basically ramp it off a sheer drop. If we took it off from the default airfield, we'd have a good amount of runway, but it just would not take off. Especially with a crosswind. We are taxiing the wrong direction, I just realized. We want to... Whoopsie. Oopsie, 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 oopsie. I'm probably going to run this thing off the runway turning around. We need to go to the other end, so we are taking off into the wind, not away from it. Big brain. As you may have guessed, I forgot to take my meds this morning. And I didn't get a lot of sleep last night either. So yeah, if I was to modify this thing at all, first order of business would be fully deflecting tailplane, and maybe even increasing the area of the stabilizer. That might give you some reasonable turn performance. It's got plenty of wing area, like there's no reason besides that it shouldn't really be able to turn. Doesn't have a very long moment arm to the tail, but like it's not terrible either. Ooh, come on, come on. We're possibly going to run over the edge of the runway trying to steer this around. Oh, maybe not. So bear in mind, we're at minus 50% pitch on the tail. Sorry, 30% pitch, which should be plenty enough to lift the nose off the ground if basically any aircraft is going to lift off the ground. Like, if we went much more, we would stall the tail and not get anything out of it. 350 kilometers an hour, it's showing no signs of rotating. 400, the nose gear's starting to get a bit light. 420, it finally lifts. Get the gear up. Pull the trim up so we can avoid flying into the approach lighting. We'll start bringing the flaps in. It accelerates well. It's fast, but this is it trying to turn. This is our turn rate. 2.5 degrees a second. 2.6 if we're lucky. Okay, 3. We almost brushed 3 degrees a second turn rate. Good rate of roll. Good rudder authority. Like, everything... It has everything it needs besides the tail. And I believe it has the range as well, or it certainly has good range. It might not quite meet the specification, but it's certainly quite good. You know, it eats fuel like crazy when you're afterburning at low altitude. Look at the fuel flow, but once you get it to altitude, and it climbs pretty well, you know, it's a bit of a rocket in the climb. Once you get it to altitude, it's just sipping unless you're at full burn. And the other thing is, if it did actually have a cockpit, like you can see, the visibility is not great, but it's also not the worst. If you got rid of this bit of framing, you'd be able to kind of see over the nose pretty well, but with that framing there, you can't see shit in front of you. But it's not bad. Like, you could really make this work quite well. And you can see the thrust to drag is ridiculous. Like, this thing will accelerate for days. Might do it slowly at certain altitudes, but it will accelerate for days. The one thing it will not do, for love nor money, is turn. Doesn't matter, with flaps, without flaps, it's still not going to turn. Like, you drop the flaps and whoop-de-doo, you get like another 1 or 2 degrees a second out of it. It's like, you could probably outmaneuver this with an airliner. So, you know what we're going to do? I wasn't going to do this, but I might as well. Let's test our theory. We're not going to change anything else, but what we're going to do is we are going to... Oh, okay, they go all the way back in there. We're going to remove this as a control surface. We're going to try and memorize roughly where that sits on the aircraft. We're going to add joint control surface motor. We'll scale it down a bit, 0.2. Actually, we can make that 0.3. We'll make it a bit bigger. Okay. How is this trailing surface set up? Pressure damper 0.10, which is the default. 120 degree a second response, plus minus 25. 20. But... And then the pitch response is set to 25, which makes sense. What we're going to do... We're going to change that range a bit, so it will be... I can't remember which direction is which with these things. We'll make it -8. because we don't want it, no, it's the other way. Minus 25 plus 8. Yeah, because we don't want it being too aggressively nose down. We will then attach that. We will put the tail plane roughly back where it was, so about there, including pushing it into the fuselage how it was before. It means we're going to get some extra lift off of it, but whatever. It's about there, I think. That looks about right. Maybe pop it out a little. Nah, about there I reckon is right. So, it's about the same as it was before. Nothing has really changed, except now we should have some decent pitch control. I'll be surprised if we don't. Because everything else about the aerodynamic setup of this, speaking as someone who knows very, very little, but just by eye, it looks about right. Like I said, the moment arm on the tail is a bit short, but it shouldn't be the main cause of the problem. It's just because the tail surfaces are too small. Like the elevators, they're too small, they're too narrow chord. They are not going to be effective on an aircraft like this. I forgot to set mirror. I'm going to go back to the hangar and fix that. Set mirror. There we go. Okay, let's try it out. I need to fix my Stalker 2 install. Get playing that again. I haven't played Anomaly in ages either. Don't know if we'll do it today, but that's something to think about doing soon. We probably won't even need to give it as much pitch trim. We'll give it 25, I reckon. 25 should probably be enough. We'll give it 50% flat, which is about standard for most things in Flyout. Just like I said, my fighter needs 75 to really get off the ground. The response speed on this tail is really quick as well. The default's 90, I think. Mine are usually set about 90, sometimes even slower. This thing is lightning fast. I should have turned left. Oh well. Instead of, like, if I was genuinely trying to, instead of making this a quirky plane, like, I think we basically probably fixed this, but if I wanted to make this instead of a quirky plane, if I wanted to make it a more practical plane, I would give it probably 1 or 2 smaller engines embedded in the fuselage or underslung, but, you know, partly embedded like I did on my fighter, so they're not hanging down beneath, which would then give you shorter landing gear. I'd probably retract it into the wings, because the wings are fairly thin, but you might still get away with it, or even just beef up these pods a little and have them serve the purpose of both housing the cannons and the retracted gear. Basically, the big engine hanging underneath I'd get rid of. Because the upper part of this aircraft, the fuselage, the wings, all of that, I think is quite nice. Like, not just aesthetically pleasing, but I'd say it's probably going to fly pretty nicely as well. But obviously the point of the exercise when this was created was to make something quirky and interesting and very 1950s French, and that is what happened. Okay, let's see if I have correctly solved the problem. So same as before, half flaps. We're actually slightly less pitch trim at -25 instead of -30. That doesn't help. Okay, we're going to have to restart the flight. I think what we'll do is we'll just fly from the default airfield, but we'll cheat the wind to be straight down the nose. Because this thing is so slow to taxi otherwise. It's hard flying things in this through the keyboard, let alone when you've got a FEB ball sat on your shoulder and you're trying to put your arms around your HOTAS, because I've got my HOTAS set up on the desk at the moment. Still got a fairly strong headwind, but at least it's straight down the nose now. We will set the... You know what? I'll set the trim the same as it was originally, so -30. Flaps are set to half. Let's just send it. Need to straighten up a little. .250 kilometers an hour, I can get the load off the nose wheel. 317, 320, 350. So it still rotates pretty late, but it does rotate quite a bit sooner. And it turns a bit. Still not amazing, but better. We're also at very low speed, so once we pick up some speed and get some more control authority, it might be a little better. Oh yeah, look at that. Easily 10 degrees a second. If we give the tail full deflection at low altitude, it's pulling about 10 degrees per second, and it's sustaining it. I fixed it. Fixed it. All it needed was more deflecting tail surface. All moving stab, and all your problems are solved. You could probably tighten up the performance even more by tweaking the controls. So, like, I don't know what the setup is for pitch damper and things like that, but oops, okay, so it's still not the most agile thing on Earth, but we made a big improvement. But yeah, you could get some further improvements out of playing with the control rigging, but we've just basically fixed its maneuverability issue. But cool plane. I like it. It was just, that was the one glaring flaw of the design, and it's, as we've shown, easily fixed. One of the other really good ones from the... There's two actual really, really good ones I really like from the same prompt. Yeah, classic airshow accident, exactly. This one, this makes me happy. This makes me really happy. There was a surprising number of people making bicycle gear, which also makes me really happy. I fucking love bicycle gear. So this thing, we got 4 cannons. 30mm cannons, mind you, sitting underneath the intakes. This intake, I don't know how efficient that would be. It might be a little too narrow, or like a little too compressed. You put much angle of attack on that and you blank the whole intake. Like the bottom lipper just blank the whole intake, but as long as you're not pulling ridiculous maneuvers, it'd probably be okay. It's got essentially potted engines with blended intakes, which is a really cool design. You don't really see this. I need to get this and make some truly blurst abominations. I'll show you the blurst abomination from this design prompt next, actually, because there was one. Very blurst. Anyway, you've got, these are drop tanks. So they're tip tanks, but they are actually drop tanks. You can jettison them. I just forget what the control is to do it. You got your sort of classic cruciform tail of the era. You got 2 drop tanks under the belly. Hey, Ador. Good to see you too. You got tandem cockpit, so this thing, again, it's got a decent sized nose too. And also literally has the warning there about the radar antenna. So this thing, I guess, would have, you know, an air intercept radar in it. So this is potentially a multi-role. This is something you could strap bombs and rockets to. This is something you could stick missiles on. This is something you could use for interception duty. You know, it's an all-weather fighter and it has the range of penetration fighter. I really like this design. Fuel fraction of 0.52. That is with the drop tanks, mind you, but that is an insane fuel fraction, which is kind of what you need to meet the requirements of the prompt. So let's take it out for a quick flight. None of them will be as horrifying as the booster recovery helicopter I made. I made in KSP to pick up my reusable boosters. Oh, you can't just say something like that and not show us. Out of all the submissions for the prompt as well, I think this was one of the ones that actually flies the best. Like it's just a really nice handling aircraft. It's easy to land. It maneuvers well. All the good stuff. The one thing is the engine's idle a bit low, so you need to bump the throttle up when you first spawn it in, especially if it's hot weather. So we'll take off with, I don't know if this needs that much flat, but we're going to take off with 50% just to keep it consistent. We'll give it about -20 on the tail, on the trim, which is probably all it needs. I won't be able to open that on the stream without opening my browser and killing my PC, but I will be able to open it so I can see it on Steam browser in just a minute. Look at that. It takes off beautifully. This one's not, like, it doesn't have the gear doors or the cockpit interior, but, you know, it was a fairly late entry to the prompt, I think, so kind of expect that. Roll rate's pretty decent. Turn performance is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic turn performance on this jet. So it doesn't just look good, it flies good too. See how it goes from maximum speed at low altitude, bearing in mind it still does have those drop tanks attached. It's still got plenty of thrust. Might even break supersonic at sea level. Or, you know, close to sea level, not quite at sea level. With bags, mind you. Without the bags, it would go even faster. What? Jesus, are you okay? Daphne! Hang on. You okay? Girl, you can't just, like, go limp on my shoulder. You alright? She's fine. She's a robust little creature, aren't you? Baba! You're confused because your crate should be over there. Give me a second, she's looking for a crate. I'll have to bring it out for her. Sorry, Baba, I wasn't quick enough to catch you. You did not do that. On my shoulder. Put this on the couch for you. Oh, you want your blanket? You want your blanket? Okay. Blanket goes on the couch. There you go. It's a good girl. It's my girl. Yeah. You want some milky stick? Actually, do you want some cheese? Do you want a little bit of cheese? Hold on. This is Daphne's favorite thing in the entire universe. She would kill people for this stuff. She just about does kill me to get her little paws on it, so... You want some? Don't make... No, we'll have it in the kitchen, because you always make a mess when I give you cheese. Come on. Come on. Kitchen. There you go. Yes, my girl. There's your cheese. I'm hungry. You know, you can have more later. You can't stuff yourself on cheese, or you will explode. There you go, there's your crate. You gonna come sit with me again? Just don't fall off my shoulder this time. So unlike certain Twitch streamers, I don't actively yeet small furry creatures off my shoulder, they just happen to fall off because they're so fucking clumsy. She's done that a couple times now. Thankfully there's nothing under her that she can land on that'll injure her unless she lands awkward, but she seems to have more than a little bit of cat in her because she manages to ride herself and land on her feet more often than not. And she's so small and she's got legs like matchsticks because she's such a tiny dog, but she's actually got a really robust frame, which I'm glad for because she couldn't not have a robust frame with how clumsy she is. And she has no fear of injury, so she jumps off stuff that she shouldn't. And no attempt by me has curbed the habit, unfortunately. Anyway, let me have a look at this. Then I'll unpause the game. Oh my god. Yep, I see what you mean. I feel like, aside from my general wish that there was multiplayer in KSP, because I would love to be able to like have, you know, ICBM arms races with my friends and stuff, I would love to see the results of you and Pom working collaboratively in KSP. That would be terrifying. Anyway, let's continue this flight. Oh god, I alt-tabbed. When you alt-tab in Flyout, it screws up your controls, so you gotta quickly tap dance across all the controls to get them to reset to 0. Nearly ate shit bad. But yeah, look, it's over 1,000 kilometers an hour, level at low altitude, with drop tanks. Mark 0.9. And then look, easily pulls a fucking nearly 10G turn. This thing is really well designed. Like, out of all the entries, I think this one is the best actual, like, aircraft in terms of how it flies, how it handles. It's so... Excuse me. It's so sedate on landing. Oh, I could believe it. I could believe it. I've designed plenty of things that have no right to fly as well as they do. Like, sometimes the most kludged together stopgap solutions end up working actually really, really well. Now, one thing this does lack, as far as I can tell, is air brakes, and it kind of does need them because it is quite an aerodynamically clean design. You can see it's not generating much drag. Like, there really isn't a lot of drag coming off this aircraft. So you got to do a bit of the old active maneuvering to bleed speed if you want to come in for a landing. You can see at low speed with the gear out, it doesn't quite turn as well, but once you dump the flaps, it sure does. It's just it's a nice handling aircraft. It does require a bit of speed to come in on landing approach, though, which I forgot. It would. It really would. This is a bad lineup. I'm too close, and I'm going to bleed too much speed in the turn. Yeah, being able to design some obsolete shitbox in Flyout and then get it in nuclear option and then fly around in like a 1960s and 70s era aircraft being an absolute giga chad, that would be my jam. Like, one of the things that makes me sad about nuclear option is there isn't some hideously outdated shitbox for me to fly around in. Okay, we're just going to land on what we have. We're not going to have enough runway for our landing run, but I just want to be able to at least land this thing without having to do another full circuit of the airfield. I've actually got too much trim on at the moment. So if you aren't, you know, overcompensating and then overcooking the throttle and all of the bad stuff I was doing, it does actually have quite a nice landing approach. As you can see, 360 k's an hour, little bit of nose up trim, about 7 degrees angle of attack. It just flies itself in. Does float quite a bit when it hits ground effect. Dump the throttle, brings us down to about 320 k's an hour, touchdown at 300-ish. And then you just dump the pitch trim so it doesn't bounce. Done. Beauty. It doesn't have a chute. If I was going to make probably one change to it, I'd give it a chute. 2 changes. Chute and air brakes. But I really like this design. Really, really, really like this design. So I'll show you the blurst plane that someone made. I would be giving them credit by name, but I don't remember everyone's names, so you'll just have to check the Flyout Discord bi-weekly build discussion to see who's who. What is it? This. Prepare yourselves. How do you like them apples? It's, in case you're wondering what this is, here's the pilot. It has a radar. This is the coal hole. It's got a coal hole, like a Sea Vixen, where the fucking radar officer sits. But look where it is. One intake goes straight to the left engine, more or less. The other intake goes around the coal hole, across the fuselage, over the nose gear. Into the other end. It's incredible. It's incredible. And then it's got this extra bulge here because I guess when they were building it, they were like, oh shit, where's the gear gonna fit? And they're like, fuck it, just give it a belly. 3 cannons under the engine intakes. 1 cannon on the other side on this little lurks it's got going on. Prepare yourselves for how this flies. Like, prepare yourselves for how it flies. Fuel fraction 0.51. This has really good range. Like, this actually has quite good performance. And it flies really fucking well. Somehow. Oh, there you are. I was wondering where you were hiding. Hello, gorgeous. Hello, gorgeous. You're very kissy today, aren't you? It's concerning, because usually when you're very kissy, it means you've done something naughty and you're trying to suck up to me for it. You want up? Don't fall off this time, okay? Yeah, let me get it out. Hold on. Up. What? Hello. Looks good, flies good as a lie. Yep. We'll go 50% flap, same as before. We'll give it about -25 on the pitch. Don't remember if this has a cockpit. Oh, it does, right. Yeah, it has a cockpit. Fairly basic, but it does have one. No rearwards visibility to speak of, but you would kind of expect that. Decent forwards vis. The cockpit's kind of Corsair pilled. Particularly with these panels here, it reminds me of the Corsair. You'll notice visibility out the right side of the cockpit, okay. Visibility out the left side of the cockpit, dog shit. And then we go, let's grab the fixed camera. Once I remember how to do it. That way. Let's go check out what the coal hole looks like. Kind of doesn't work with this camera, unfortunately, but yeah, the coal hole does not have the greatest visibility. Surprise, surprise. Now, obviously, because of its design, especially as fuel burns off, you will need to input some roll trim to keep it level. But look at it, just lifts itself happily off the ground at about 300 kilometers an hour. It climbs nicely. Bring up the flaps. The roll rate's a bit dog shit, but, you know, it's not the worst. It's not really any worse than my fighter. Good pitch response. Nasty tip stalls, though. But other than those nasty tip stalls, that's really its only vice. Look at the turn rate. It turns quite well. drop the flaps halfway, it turns even better. It's a nice handling aircraft. And just to show where the guns are, like I said, 3 cannons under the engine intake, 1 cannon on the lurks. But you would not expect this thing to fly anywhere near as nicely as it does. Does this model compressor stalls and surges? No. So Flyout assumes it assumes optimal airflow to the compressor face at all times. There's a couple of reasons, so pause it for a second so I can gather my thoughts. One of the reasons is that the way you typically make intakes in Flyout, unless it's just a straight piped intake like the previous aircraft had, the Dongfeng, if you've got an intake that needs to go into the fuselage piece, you're going to have to use a hole material to cut a hole in the fuselage and route the intakes through it. Hole material counts as solid. It's just visibly a hole. It's not physically a hole. So the aerodynamic model still treats it as being something there. So your engines would not be getting any airflow. The other thing is the kinds of mechanization you would have to do to get good airflow into the engine, particularly at high angles of attack, very high airspeeds, very low airspeeds, that kind of thing. It would be beyond the skill of most players, myself included. So you can mechanize the intakes. Like if you look at Messier's videos, he does do that for basically all his designs, but it's just for flavor. Flyout assumes that you've got a competently designed intake at all times. You can build aircraft with no intake and it won't care. But yeah, I think you're correct. The compressor stalls would probably be an issue for this. You would also have really bad issues, I suspect, with excessive yaw blanking the intakes. But yeah, it flies really nicely. Except for the tendency to have a nasty little tip stall now and then. This one doesn't have air brakes either. I thought it did. I thought these large flat areas might be air brakes, but apparently no. Man, where was this song like 3 minutes ago? Okay, let's get set to land. Notice, by the way, look how much the flaps are kicking the nose up. Like, it's generating insane amounts of lift. Like, I can fly this neutral pitch and pitch trim and it still wants to climb. So it's pretty safe to say that of all the things that came out of that bi-weekly build prompt, this was the most original. Like, not even close in terms of competition. The next one I'm going to show you is also fairly original, and also flies pretty well, but it's not anything to the degree of this. Like, it's still a fairly conventional aircraft, just a less common configuration. Whereas this is just insane. This is Blom und Voss getting into jet development. You can see, like, just how little pitch trim I need to fit to put into this to get it to actually settle into a nice landing glide slope. It's actually, out of all of the aircraft, probably the easiest to land, the best to land because of that. You really don't need to fuck with the trim much. It just generates so much lift. And with the positioning of the flaps, like, it's not bunting the nose down aggressively as they drop, or up, really. It just balloons up from the additional lift. Yeah, exactly, right? That was just the shuffle. I didn't pick that one. It's on the playlist. When it happens is up to him upstairs. Or more accurately, the Streamlabs chatbot. Look at that! Look how fucking beautiful it is to land. The only problem is there's no way to slow it down in a hurry. Like, this is a sleeper hit, man. This is maybe not the absolute best handling aircraft, but it's certainly close. It'd be a close run thing between this and the Dongfeng. However, both of them would also be in a close run thing for not being able to fucking stop on a runway because they don't have drag chutes, effective wheel brakes, or air brakes. But they both are beautifully handling aircraft. In the air, on approach, like, you wouldn't figure it. Hello. Hello, Gremlin. You're so cute. You're so adorable. And you're so soft. So soft and cuddly now that you're not full of mats and knots and fucking bindies and stuff that you picked up off the ground. When we hop into bed now, because she usually just curls up next to me, it's like actually having a teddy bear in the bed, as opposed to before where it was like having a fucking, like, gremlin. Just claws and fucking fur and grass seeds everywhere. Okay, so the other really good design from the prompt was this thing, the YF96. Don't mind the errors, I think it was because he used a fuel I don't have or something. Or actually, no, I think it's gun sight related because he used a part that I don't have. But, again, bicycle gear. We love to see it. We absolutely love to see it. So its armament is 620, I believe, millimeter cannons, or it might be 650 cals. No, 620s, sorry. 20mm cannons. It's got a decently swept wing with quite a bit of area to it. It's got good sized tail surfaces. The way the tail works on this is very interesting, though. You'll see what I mean when we fly it. It's got the English Electric space-saving solution of vertically stacked engines. So it's got the over-under setup, but side intakes, which interestingly do not actually feed directly into the compressor faces. So sometimes most people I'd say that I've seen will feed the intakes directly to the compressors. Some people don't really go to that degree of effort. Effort's the wrong word. It's not like I'm trying to make out people are lazy. It's just that, like, it's annoying to do. Like, there's other things you could be doing that are far less frustrating. So this guy obviously decided, fuck that. It's going to be a pain in the ass to do. You know, working around in the confines inside the aircraft is very cramped. So, he's just fed it to there and said, look, Flyout idealizes the airflow to the engines anyway, so we'll let Stone take the wheel. It wouldn't be hard to direct that in. You probably have it merge before it hits the intakes, before it hits the compressor faces, sorry. So you wouldn't have issues of, you know, one engine getting better air than the other. You just have them both feeding off. These things, interesting. I'm not sure what these actually do. These are air brakes. Oh, no, I think I do know what these do. So these are the actual... These function as the air brakes, but these are aesthetically these air brakes. Because, I think that's how it's set up, because these don't have aerodynamics, but these are wing pieces, so that's how it works. These pivot outwards, and, yeah, hidden parts to approximate what the actual visual air brakes would do. There's also a small split air brake on the tail. This was the original air brake, and then he was like, actually, no, I'll add some more. So then there was the Saab style pivoting air brakes out of the fuselage. It's got a really long tail, so you can see like the actual moment arm of the tail in pitch is going to be really good compared to basically anything else under the prompt, because all the rest of us had our wings positioned further back. This is probably closer to what I should have done with the wing position on mine. And then you can see how far forward the center of mass is, because there is a fuck ton of counterweight in the nose to simulate a radar. Oh, his nose cone actually opens as well. I hadn't realized that. So you got all this avionics space. You got your landing gear bay. His landing gear bay is actually more detailed than mine. His is more like what I would like to do with mine in the future, like add more detail to it. You got some hide lines. You've got some like a little test box or a valve or something. You've got structural members that the pivot points actually anchor into. You've got fucking frames. Like, this is a... I like this. I hadn't actually noticed that before when I test flew this thing. And it's there for the main gear too. Plus you've got the actual hide reservoir. That is really, really cool. Really, really cool. And then you've got a shit ton of fuel. Fuel fraction of this thing is 0.52, so I think that's the highest fuel fraction out of anything from that prompt, at least that I've test flown. It's a bit longer than my fighter. It's got a bit more wingspan than it, a bit more height than it, so it's a little bit bigger than mine, or reasonably bigger than mine. Wing loading's comparable. Obviously a much higher fuel fraction, significantly higher weight. But once we get it in the air, you'll see how it flies. It's quite interesting. This is, bear in mind, this is also me just vibing for the flap and trim takeoff settings, because most of them came with like use this setting, so did mine. But I'm just vibing it for most of these. I didn't read the readmes, I'm going to be real with you. Hey, Baba. What you doing? She's probably a bit cranky with me because we didn't manage to get out this morning before it heated up too much. We might be able to get out before sunset, but it is hot outside. Hot as fuck. Too hot for little doggies and too hot for me. So you can see the air brakes there. Upper and lower surfaces. We'll give it 50% flat. See what I mean about the tail? It's an all-moving tail, kind of. It has a couple degrees of the whole tail moving, and then the rest is just a very large elevator. Like, half the fucking chord of the tail is an elevator. It's very odd. And the pitch trim, it feeds into both systems. So I'm not sure if maybe this was made with mods, and it's when it's modded, it's set up so that the actual elevator is a trim surface and the whole tail moves, or maybe it sets the whole tail as a trim surface and the elevator moves. But I'm not running the game modded, so we just see both. We'll set it to about -30 just to get the best effect out of both parts. We'll also check some of the other controls, because I think there is some additional mechanizations on this. Maybe? Yeah, canopy opens. Slides up and back like mine. New input, I suspect, is the radome. Maybe? No? There was a hinge in the radome, so I would have thought that would be the radome opening, but apparently not. Maybe it's something else. Let's have a look at the cockpit too. There's no cockpit in this, just canopy framing. It would have very good visibility though, like fantastic visibility over the nose. The framing is a bit heavy, so you can't see very well to the sides, but over the nose for landing or for high deflection gunshots, very nice. Okay. Also, one of the few examples of somebody, although it might just be because of the trim setting, not setting the pitch trim to be symmetrical up and down. Okay, let's get the engine spooled and get flying. Whoopsie, too much trim. So we didn't need all 30 degrees, we probably needed about 15. Of course, it's got drop tanks too. The tip tanks are also shared with the landing gear, with the outriggers, so they're not jettisonable, but the underwing tanks are. Decent roll rate. And it turns like a demon. Like, it responds so well in pitch that you'll just stall the aircraft. But if we look at, say, at even Mach 0.6, so usually you're going to want to be faster than that to get a good sustained turn. It's happily pulling more than 13 degrees a second. 15, 16. It'll sustain at 0.56, about 14 degrees a second. It's a really good handling aircraft. And that was without flaps, mind you, in that sustained turn. The leading edge droop is based on angle of attack from memory. Or maybe not. Oh no! One of the aircraft, was it this one? It wasn't this one. I forget which it might have even been the Berlin. It had its leading edge droops tied to the collective bind, so you could manually extend or retract them, which is quite cool. Quite unique as well. This is a good looking aircraft. I quite like it. The square profile of the fuselage gives me heavy fucking, what was it, the YB 50 something, the YB 51 I think it was, or XB 51, the Martin bomber with the 3 engines. That, the general shape of it gives me that vibe. It's quite a cool looking plane. So overall, there was some really cool aircraft that came out of the bi-weekly build prompt. The current bi-weekly build prompt, if I can remember how to speak English, is an early to mid-World War II pusher prop. If I had the spare time and wasn't kind of burnt out from the amount of effort I put into the previous one, I would be really tempted to do it. There's some really cool designs already. I think what I'll do is I will come back to it in the future, since the bi-weekly build it's literally just a prompt. It's not like an actual competition. So I might come back to it in the future and build that. There was also a like 1970s interceptor build prompt months ago, which I am absolutely going to do at some point. Very aggressive flaps on this. Should probably have dropped the tanks first, but I forget what the bind was to do it. Like I said, incredible visibility over the nose. No problems landing this one. And it is quite well behaved on landing. Kept too much power on. We're gonna land a bit long. I don't remember if this one has a chute. I don't think it does, but I could be wrong. We're gonna be a little off the, well, more than a little off the center line, but that's alright. Really floats once it hits ground effect. But that's the case for a lot of these. Yeah, there's no chute. So we're just relying on brakes, which are reasonably effective for an aircraft of this size, I guess. But yeah, so that was the penetration fighter bi-weekly build, and so you can see how mine shapes up against the competition. Mine is one of the less maneuverable ones. It's quite easy and pleasant to fly, but it doesn't really have the chops for dogfighting. Whereas this would, even though, despite its size, this is a fucking enormous fighter. This thing does definitely have dogfighting chops. And the other two that we recently did, the Dongfeng and the, or like looked at, the Dongfeng and the Ingot, both do as well. They have the performance to turn fight, whereas mine is mostly just going to be booming and zooming. I forget what the range on this was, but it was quite substantial as well. So I think this one met basically all the requirements. Including the time to climb, I'm pretty sure, which was 5 minutes from brake release to 35,000 feet. While we're in Flyout, we may as well just take my other project up for a flight as well. My long-term, my baby, long-term pet project. In its current heavily work-in-progress guise, not the tail shaping, the cockpit interior rework is the most up-to-date one. You can see I've got multiple save points of it just in case I fuck something up, because this is where this was essentially how I was learning how to do things in the game before this build prompt. So for anyone who hasn't seen it before, this is the Rosenberg Row 13 MF. What it was if we scroll up a bit, the Avione Craiova IR91 Vespa. Sounds very Romanian. This was made by, I'm going to butcher his name because he's Turkish, Katil Tashan, I think, who does really cool mashups. He's got this, which is a MiG-21 PFM fuselage, so it's got the, you know, windscreen with the bulletproof glass on the outside and the heavier framing, so it's a later MiG-21, but it's got the thin spine and the big nose for the radar. So this is a MiG-21 PFM fuselage, more or less. There's a few minor differences. And tail with a solid nose for a big honkin' radar, and thud-inspired side intakes. And then this has a pair of Gashar 23s. I dropped it down to one. MiG-21-ish landing gear. Essentially, the engine on this, I think, is not equivalent to an R25 or a R13. R13, it should be in a PFM, but it had some weird issues at altitude, so I ended up completely redoing the engine anyway for mine. But you can see it's got a delta wing profile, kind of similar to an early Mirage, I guess, just without the washout at the tips. So I took this design and started playing with it, because it does actually look quite Soviet. What if I just start adding some minor exterior details to it to make it look even more Soviet? And so we ended up with the IAR 91M, which is, you can see I put the markings on it, but I've also started tweaking it. So we've got the Kremny IFF antennas. We've got, you know, this was a blister to cover the landing gear retraction because I didn't put doors on it yet. We've got the single Gashar 23 on the center line. We've got the drop tanks and the inboard missiles. We've got the little ventral fin. And a stand-in for a canopy periscope. So it's starting to look, and also a standing cockpit. So it's starting to look a bit more like a Soviet aircraft at this point, right? Still very heavily based on the original design he did, though. And then from there, I go, you know what? We're gonna call this our own design at this point because we're changing a lot of stuff. So I started adding things like wing fences, started adding a lot more external details. I started redoing the landing gear a bit. You can see I also started working on the nose gear bay here. And somewhere, I think it might have been the oh no, actually it was here. Right about here, I redid the wing. So you can see the wing sweep has changed a little. The control surfaces have changed. So it's got that typical thing of Soviet deltas, tail deltas mostly, where you have a large flap and then the aileron pinches down in chord from the inboard to outboard sections. And then that's also when I added the tail chute. Landing lights, a bunch of stuff like that. That's also where I got the air data probe to work. This is, I think, the point where I hyper-focused for the better part of a day and ended up building almost biblically accurate peon antennas for the navigation system. Again, most people would make sure their plane actually flies properly before doing something like that. I tismed out hard, and that antenna was the end result. I did actually end up using photographic references for that. But yeah, you can see it's starting to take shape there. I'm starting to make it a bit more my own. Throughout the process, I was tuning things like the control rigging, the engine, as I'd mentioned, minor tweaks to the wings, things like that, just to get the performance there. Because the original IAR 91, it was reasonably quick. It was fairly nice to handle, but it didn't turn very well. So that was something I set out to fix, and that was something we mostly did fix. So we'll go all the way back up to the row 13 MF, and we will take it out for a quick flight. Yeah, that was basically Robbo's response when I told him about the game. Except I think I may have influenced him too much, and he is probably actually going to end up getting it. So anyway, this is where we're at. work in progress wise. I haven't put the fuselage skinning surfaces over the wings and tail yet, because that's going to be annoying to do. But once I have done that, that is what is going to enable me to finally set up a gear retraction properly and get gear doors going. Having said that, the gear retraction for this is going to be a nightmare. I'm probably going to have to build custom landing gear because I need these wheels to pivot. So as the gear comes up, they remain more or less vertical while the gear arm sits flat, because otherwise they clip into the engine. So I need them to sit either side of the compressor, and then just put maybe at most a slight blister over the fuselage like the MiG-21 has. But we're getting there. Also, the cockpit is very heavily work in progress. You can see I've borrowed the actual mesh out of Atka's MiG-21. I'm probably going to just build my own one at some point, but for now this is my placeholder. Also borrowed his ASP site. But you can see it's starting to take shape. I've got some other people's gauges as stand-ins, like these ones. And then you can also see I've got my own gauges that I put in. So I've got the airspeed indicator, got the altimeter, got the mark and true airspeed indicator, although both of them indicate true at the moment because of the way Flyout sets up gauges. There's a default Flyout gauge which does indicated airspeed, but you can't make hinges or control surface parts operate off indicated airspeed. They can only do it off true airspeed or mark. So I'm going to have to figure out a way around that. One of the things I've noticed some people do is they'll take the default Flyout gauges and they'll build a custom gauge over it. But I don't think you can attach an actual like a needle to it. You have to use the default Flyout needle, which is short and fat and doesn't quite match the aesthetic I'm going for. But I'll work it out at some point. So yeah, for now, heavily work in progress, but it flies quite nicely. You can see that where I've reworked things like the tail and the wings, it's got rid of the paint, so we'll have to repaint it when it's done. But overall, I am quite happy with it. So we'll take it out for a quick flight. You can also see I increased the angle on the intakes a bit more to make them much sharper, like on the thud. And part of that was because when I went to add a splitter plate to it, I realized that probably they needed to be proportioned a certain way, reference to the splitter plate, to get them to actually work properly at supersonic speed. I haven't done the interior mechanization of them yet. They're gonna have, like, they'll have to have ramps similar to what the actual thud did, but that's a later problem. And the rationale behind this thing is essentially the Soviets were already playing with the idea of taking the MiG-21 as a basis for a tailless delta. First, the MiG-21I analog for the which is used to test the wing profile of the Tu-144 and was found to fly very nicely by pilots. Had some quite neat handling characteristics. It did have some quite unpleasant ones too if you didn't know what you were doing with it. So between that and the early MiG-27 concepts, which were basically a MiG-21 PFM with a delta wing, a ogival double delta, I was like, it would track that they would possibly play with a delta-winged fighter based on something like a MiG-21 fuselage. So that's what this was designed to be. And it's essentially giving you a solid nose, so you've got a bigger radar in there. You can whack an early look-down, shoot-down radar in there. And it's giving you space for a bit more engine power, because, you know, this is going to be designed a little later, so to have a more up-to-date engine in it. And it's giving you more space for fuel, more space for ordnance, things like that. It was really meant to be a midway point between the MiG-21 BIS and a MiG-23. So it would have, you know, an early look-down, shoot-down radar that's not quite as good as an RP-23, but is significantly better than an RP-22. Not least because the RP-22 doesn't do look-down. So that was what the idea was with this, and that is, I think, what we ended up getting, more or less. Has the usual touches, so you've got your landing lights which extend and retract on a separate bind, because the Soviets tended to have a separate switch for doing that. They, right up even to the MiG-29. It's got an opening canopy. It's just side hinged like a MiG-21, a late model MiG-21. It's got the instrument lighting, all that good stuff. And it, of course, also does have a drag chute. The air brakes are operated on a toggle, so this is them at the back. They're just split clamshell type. I'll probably do a detailing pass on them at some point, but I'm even toying with the idea of moving the air brakes. Either doing, a MiG-23 style where it's 4 pedals that open up on the rear fuselage, 2 top, 2 bottom, or having them continue to operate like this where they split, but also having these tail surfaces operate as a trim surface like they did on the Skyray. But that's something I can work out down the road. For now, we are going to take this thing up for a fly. No flaps to worry about since it is a tailless Delta. They generally don't have them, generally don't need them. So you can see it's got a good roll rate. It's actually got quite low roll gain, because if I didn't turn the roll gain down, it would be like the DCS MiG-21, where if you aren't careful, you'll black yourself out, you're rolling so fast. Turns pretty well. Doesn't sustain a turn that well, which you'd kind of expect from a, an older Delta, without fly-by-wire or canards or any of that fancy stuff. Or fancy vortex generators, but has a pretty good instantaneous turn rate, so it's pretty agile. It can turn when it wants to. Yeet the tanks, since we don't really need them. We're just going to be flying around the airfield a bit. Bit like a bomb toss, hey? Straight into the hangars. It also, of course, has countermeasures. It's representing the kind of era where they did start putting them on fighters. Realized that maybe they were useful. Target drones at. There's one right behind me. 2 right behind me. Jesus. Boom. We may have... Oh no! We made it. I thought we may have not given ourselves enough room for the split S there, but we did. It has a very, very small turn radius. Like, the rate might not be super impressive, but the radius is Just about turns inside its own asshole. And you can see the radio altimeter dipoles on the wingtips. One on each wing. You can also see the controlled push rod covers I built myself, which I didn't really have the time or energy to do on my penetration fighter. I might do that later on though. And if you watch what I'll actually do is I'll set the camera, the fixed camera. We'll do a flyby first actually, then we'll set the fixed camera up. Like I said, agile. Pretty light too, it's not that much heavier than a MiG-21. Notice our little angle of attack warning lights there. Also has a 23mm gassed gun, it's a Gashar 23. Gun sight needs a little bit of tuning. Actually, it's pretty close to on. Cockpit visibility is not bad. Slightly better than an actual MiG-21. Bad visibility over the nose, though. Very bad visibility over the nose. Which becomes an issue on landing. What I'm going to do, though, first is we will pop this camera out past the nose, if I can then find the aircraft. Okay, watch what the vanes on the air data probe do. And actually the AOA vanes on the side of the aircraft too. And it won't slip at this speed because the rudder's not effective. We'll have to slow it down to get any real rudder input. Okay, we're now subsonic. Don't know how well you can see that. We'll probably have to slow down more. It's very subtle, but you can probably see the side-to-side motion of the side slip transducers. When it's parked on the ground and you get hit by a crosswind, it's really noticeable. They'll turn all the way around. But yeah, it is not easy to land because the forward's visibility is fucking terrible, as you would kind of expect. And the landing speed's quite high, again, as you would expect. It's a Delta. I've got to tab out and get the music bot going again because it's misbehaving. There we go. I'm really happy with how it looks. I'm pretty happy with how it flies. This thing will hit Mach 2.35 level acceleration with 2 missiles. So it really is a blend of MiG-21 and MiG-23. But yeah, like, I wouldn't complain about the sustained turn rate being a bit better, and the landing speed being a bit lower. But in every other respect, it's a really nice aircraft to fly. Like, there's not really any complaints to have. Hey, Bubba. Thank you for the kisses. Would you like to move over a bit, though, so you don't get squished if I move my chair? There we go. You've been really well behaved today, surprisingly. We're a bit fast. Quite a bit fast, actually. Okay, so for reference, you can see just how bad our visibility is. Now, I am going to redo the windscreen and the canopy at some point, so that might boost the visibility slightly, but I wouldn't count on it. We're also not sinking quickly enough for climbing. Waterproof carrier ready? I know, right? Whoop. Boom, said Daisy, it's enough to make you weep. I forced that down a bit too hard, and we chipped off part of the tail as a result. But you can see, like, it's difficult. You have to kind of muscle the aircraft around. It wants to bounce, especially because the trim setting you need to use to get it at its correct approach angle is pretty close to what it needs to take off. We chipped just the very bottom edge off our ventral fin there, because the suspension bottomed out. So there's still some work to be done. The windscreen is actually... I'm thinking... it's angled a bit too sharply back. The whole thing is, like, the pilot's slung kind of low in the jet, so I may slightly increase... like, decrease the sweep back angle of the windscreen. Very slightly, not by much. And then increase the length out just a touch. Get the canopy bow there instead, because it's quite a long canopy, right? Get the canopy bow about there. Maybe lift the pilot up and back, and that should give a bit better visibility over the nose, closer to what you'd actually expect from, like, the DCS MiG-21 or something. I mean, the other solution would be the pilot having an adjustable seat. Because if you're raised up a bit... if we grab the fixed camera, hang on, we've got to try and get the position. You know, if you could boost your pilot up a little to, like, there. Or a bit lower, I guess, but you could kind of see over the nose. Especially once I redo the windscreen plating. The other thing that'll let me do is put more sides on the canopy bow so it looks a bit smoother. But yeah, that's my pet project, which I am pretty happy with. Just, it's taking forever for me to finish. It'll probably never be finished because it is my pet project, but, you know, I do a little bit of work here, a little bit of work there. Gradually, over time, it evolves. And when it's done, it'll probably be really nice. This thing also, I think, has slight wing flex. It's not very strong, though. Why are you making this so complicated? Just give it a Concord nose. Yeah, that's not really ideal on a fighter. And then, like, you've got the whole radar mechanism would have to pivot, and it'd be super heavy, and you'd have to have a super strong joint for it. It'd be a whole thing. Alright, well, I think that'll do for Flyout for now. A little disappointed nobody ever did that in a fighter. Yeah, it'd certainly be an interesting thing to see. And certainly plenty of fighters needed it, but I think I will take a short break to grab myself a snack. I probably won't do dinner yet, but I'll grab a snack. Do a bit of floor time with Daphne, since she's been very patiently sitting here with me, behaving herself. And then we might do like a spot of DCS or something. So I will be back in probably 20-ish minutes, maybe a bit less. I should also point out the plan this stream, to what extent there was one, was that I would hop on Flyout for maybe half an hour to show you what I built. We were on Flyout for like 3.5 hours. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. I don't actually have a plan for what we're going to do next. I think we'll boot up DCS, and we will see if it will let me play any servers. Failing that, we might just tool around a bit in something else. Maybe do some GHPC a bit later. Thankfully, I did actually remember to update DCS last night, so at least we won't have to wait 2 hours for that to happen. It's very funny because I was expecting Daphne to be an absolute demon at the groomers, but she was so well behaved. They said she was a little angel. The one time she did fidget around a bit was in the bath, which she does at home anyway. Apparently she didn't fidget around and try and escape when they got the dryer out. She had no problem with it. She hates having the dryer anywhere near her at home, and she'll hide if she sees me even look at it. Not like she's had a traumatic experience with it with me, mind you. She just doesn't like it. And she hates having her nails done because she's been quicked once or twice. She won't sit still for her mum when she does it, so she's had a few ouchies from that, and now she doesn't like them being done. But they said she was really well behaved, and she didn't like bully or freak out at the other dogs, except when we were waiting at the front desk. She started growling at one of them, but she got to be someone else's problem for like 2.5, 3 hours. And then when I got back, I was told she was even sitting on the front desk helping them after she'd, when she had been done and they were waiting for me to get back to pick her up. Pretty sure one of the girls would have dog napped her if she had the chance. She was absolutely head over heels for her, wasn't she, Daff Daff? You tend to have that effect on people, don't you? Because they don't have to live with you. Oh, there's some people on people at Cold War. Alright, let me pause the slides, switch scenes. Hopefully this will work. I'm not holding my breath though. I also need to remember to turn my track IR on. Hey, gorgeous. Hey, gorgeous girlie. Thank you for the kiss, Papa. Actually, I think I know why you're so kissy today. It is about that time of year, isn't it? Might fly the Su-25 just to start with. I would like to draw attention to something. Quarks is split 1970. The years in the mission names have lost all relevance because this mission I know for a fact has R60s in it. But also it has, okay, A4EC, cool. JF-17, 2000s aircraft. Car-50, mid-late 90s aircraft. It was like Soviet times, they had a couple of flying prototypes. 90s, it was actually in very small scale service. Mirage 2000C, mid-80s aircraft. The Gazelle Mistral wasn't in service at this point. Also, notice they've got the Gazelle with the fucking thermal imager as well. Su-25T, they built 8 of them ever. They were not in service until the very late 80s, early 90s. C-130J, I mean, it's the only C-130 we have, so fair enough. J-11, 2000s, but essentially a late 80s aircraft. Car-50 we've been over. MiG-29, early mid-80s, whatever. Su-27, mid-80s. And then on blue, we've got A10A. I mean, again, whatever. That's the oldest variant we have in DCS, but it's a 90s upgrade. Vigan we have in DCS is 90s, but, you know, if you don't, you know, if you restrict your loadouts basically and don't use certain modes of the aircraft, you're essentially flying a 1970s Vigan. Not that anyone does do that except me, as far as I know. C-130, again, we don't have anything transport for red, so C-130 there makes sense. Same as blue, we only have the one C-130, so whatever. F-15, yeah, okay, I'll take it. I mean, I'd rather not have it in a server where it's Apex Predator like this, but I guess as long as they're not that common. 2010s era F-16. Oh, we got Mirage 2000s on both teams for some reason. And Gazelles on both teams for some reason. A10C, 2000s upgrade. Apache, late 80s, like very late 80s aircraft, wasn't actually in service in Europe until 87. And this is a modernized version of it. 2000s version of it. Chinook, we only have the one Chook, and it's a transport helicopter, so I can live with it having MFDs. If it's because of the dynamic spawns, I can live with it, but even having them available in the pool of aircraft you can get is bizarre. And like, yeah, the F-15. Okay, so maybe it doesn't matter, and maybe they're not available, but it does kind of rub me the wrong way that they're even in the list, right? Because it's kind of normalizing the idea that most DCS players already have, especially the Blue 4 guys, that like, oh yeah, I should be able to fly my F-15E Suite 4 Plus because that's a Cold War plane. Like, get fucked. No, it's not. Or, you know, every now and then you get a Red 4 guy who's like, oh, I should be able to fly my, I don't know, fucking Jeff because, oh, it stands in for some Cold War plane. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Its capabilities are well beyond that of anything in the Cold War. It's not standing in for anything, right? I don't know. I guess we do the... No, you know what? We're going to fly blue. We're going to fly the Skyhawk. Although I'm expecting to probably drop my connection to the server before I can get a single sortie in. We flew red last night off stream, so we'll fly blue today. Frontline hasn't moved. Actually, it has. That sector has been lost just north of Sanaki. I think we will fly from Sanaki. Okay, yeah, look, it is a frontline airfield, so there'll also be like less selection anyway, but that's promising. There's no super modern shit available. But again, why are they even in the list? I'm pretty sure you don't need to put them in the list, right? And we'll fly with the RAN colors. They got hot spawns flagged out in here as opposed to contention where you can do it, which is interesting. I don't remember what the typical setup for a Skyhawk was if they put the sideys on the inboards or the outboards. I think being able to put them on all 4 pylons was a later modification anyway. But we'll go 9Js on the outboards. Not sure what I want to do for weapons. Can I get clusters in here? And get rock eyes. I think that's what we'll do. We'll take rock eyes. It's going to make us very heavy, but... Okay. Well, we're still within maximum weight. I just got to remember how the fucking setup for the Skyhawk's weapons works. And the music bot's on strike again. There we go.
Chief, turn on the ground power. Copy. Ground power is now on.
I have to remember how this plane works. Can't turn that on until the engine's running, I think. Okay. I don't think these were clickable before. They've made more stuff work, that's cool. We'll just leave the TACAN off for now. Can't be bothered to look up what the code is for here. We're not using those, but we'll just set it anyway. No external bags, so we would expect that to show nothing. Might just set up as much of the weapon stuff on the ground as we can. Actually, yeah, we'll do single step the bombs. I need to actually learn properly how this navigation system works one day. Need to learn a lot of things, honestly. And a lot of what I did already know was forgotten over the year or so of being a normie. It's been a hot minute since I flew this little thing. It's annoying. I've had a few days where I've had no internet drops, noticeable ones at least, and there've been days where I've either been busy working or like just busy otherwise, or haven't felt up to streaming, and then every time I want to stream and play DCS or IL2 I can't because my internet's just dropping constantly. My net here is so unreliable and so hard to predict. It's very annoying. Hopefully today will be the exception. Hopefully it's behaving itself today. It's showing that I've had 1,077 drop frames over the course of the stream, so over the course of the past 4.5 hours, which means my net has dropped a couple of times, just very briefly. Or it's been been loading games and it's just my PC, but we'll see. Don't remember what the usual flap setting for takeoff was in this, but I just got them set to half. It'll probably be fine. It's like this section of the front's pretty clean. I remember, I know I have binds for a lot of these switches, I just don't remember what they are because it's been so long since I've flown the Skyhawk. I have to reacquaint myself with the controls at some point. I don't remember how to use a bomb computer in this either, so we're going to be just dropping bombs by eye. I think they're Costa bombs anyway, so it's not super urgent that they be perfectly dropped. Just need to ballpark it. Okay, that should be enemy. Off our front left. Oh, it might be friendly right on the edge of our territory, actually. Yeah. We'll just chill out for a minute. I don't want to do any whoopsies. That's friendly, I think. Or, actually, I think the base of the T-shaped building, like the long side of the T-shaped building, faces the front line. I think. So that might be enemy. We'll see if it shoots at us, but... No, it's one of ours. Okay. So it's not like on Ligmas where you could actually tell where the front line was by the facing of the buildings. That... surely is not friendly. Oh, there's one right off the nose, actually. AAA on it. Yeah, boy. T-Law wins again. I'm gonna say is that one there, but I think it's just power infrastructure. It's like a fucking substation or something. That might be our next target, I think. Obviously we didn't kill everything with that drop, but we got most of it, including I think the anti-aircraft gun. And there goes my internet. Is the stream still up? Looks like it is. I must have like literally dropped 1 or 2 packets because OBS didn't even blink. Hasn't said I've dropped any frames. Oh god, that's annoying. We'll try again. We'll see if maybe I get an hour or something since it just dropped, but drives me up the wall, man. Like, this is why I don't play DCS anymore. This is pretty much it. Like, I want to play DCS. There's so much stuff in DCS I would like to do. I'd like to play IL-2 again. But I just keep getting fucking yoked out of the server because my internet here is so unreliable. I'd say this one certainly hits different given, you know, everything, but kind of doesn't hit different because those of us who actually tend to dive down the rabbit holes know that nothing has changed for the past how many 100 years. It's always been going on. Maybe other people drop too? Maybe the server sneezed. I don't know. It's usually my internet though. Snarky. Oh, it even remembered my loadout. It's nice that it does that now at least. So I don't have to go through and set it all up again. Oh, I forgot to change game from Flyout to DCS. Shit. That might explain a few things. DCS world. There we go. Whoopsies. Streaming in the wrong category for like half an hour. It's fine. Yep, we got everything we need. Let's get the ground power hooked up.
Chief, turn on the ground power. Copy.
What are you doing? You sniffing?
Ground power is now
There shouldn't be anything interesting to you in there, so I don't know why you're sniffing. Probably don't really need the lights on, it's broad daylight, but I just turn them on out of habit, honestly. We'll just leave all our lights off. It's broad daylight, and there's not many people in the server, so if anyone runs into us, it's their fault. Got to keep my eye out for Vigans, since we know what they're like. We'll actually turn the lights off entirely. Fuck it. It's plenty bright enough. Whoops. Wait for the hides to pressurize. Engine's still not up yet. Put the master arm off for now. Okay, well that's what that's bound to. Cool. That's still warming up, I think. It's not actually ready yet, but whatever.
Chief, turn off the ground power. Copy. Ground power is now off.
I might pop the flaps 3/4, actually. So we are kind of loaded up. I don't remember where the canopy handle is on this. Oh, right there. Whoop. A little too fast to steer. It baffles me. I'm sure there's a technical reason. But it baffles me why when they redid the hazards, they look really good now, except for the fact they're all acid green, regardless of season or location. Why not make some sort of shader that pulls the texture off the map beneath it and applies it over the top of the haz? Maybe even a texture and detail object, so you get grass growing on it too. Like, that seems like it would be the way you would want to do that. Don't even joke, please. Do not even joke. I was kind of toying with the idea of putting a bunch of vortex gens like that on the wings of my fighter and flyout. Maybe a later version of it or something. Let's sort this trim out. Surely I'm not that high off the ground. Guess maybe I am. Yeah, that's definitely enemy up ahead. That's probably enemy over there as well. There's 2 targets there. Anyway, comp switches on for the radar. Oh shit. Well, I should have known that would happen. Maybe dive bombing at low altitude with rock eyes is not the smartest idea when there's this much AAA around. Maybe we should rearm ourselves with something a bit different.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Because if I was in anything else, like an A10, I'd be doing this from much higher altitude. You know, we could still do it. We just have to dive in from higher. It wouldn't be that precise. Yeah, we'll stick with it. We'll just have to dive in from higher. I'm not sure, actually. I have no idea. Oh, right, we haven't actually fucking started the engine. What am I doing?
Chief, turn off the ground power. Copy. Ground power is now off.
I don't know. We'll see how we go. I mean, if it opens up too high, then it'll just scatter over a wider area, and given my bombing accuracy, that might actually be beneficial to us. We'll see how we go. It's not showing any ground targets destroyed, but that's since the reconnect, I guess. Oh, I think it might have been actually the server, like, hiccup before. Because DCS used to show you a score when you reconnected, unless the server had restarted, so maybe it was the server, I don't know. Well, hopefully no more hiccups or restarts. Session is over. The campaign is not over. Restarting server in 30 seconds. Ah, fuck's sake. Hey, Potler. Good to see you, man. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to wait for the server to restart now. Oh, I know, stupid of me, right? I wonder what the weather is doing outside. Looks a bit overcast, so it might not be as hot as it was projected to be. Probably is, but we'll see. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I was in the Skyhawk, so... Oh, someone made a really beautiful Skyhawk replica in Flyout, by the way. I think they posted it for download, but it's a beautiful little thing. And there we go. No, it is hot outside. Should drop off towards sunset though, so I'm not going to take Daff out then. She gets very feral if she doesn't get to go outside. Barely touched DCS for the last 2 years. Yeah, I barely touched DCS for about the same. Partly, like, for a while I didn't really have the motivation to do it, but once I did want to start playing DCS again, it became a thing of my internet's not reliable enough, so I keep getting kicked from servers. Same reason I haven't been playing IL-2, even though I want to. Like, when I was living with my ex, I couldn't really play as much because, like, I was too busy either with her or looking after the kids or the dogs. So it's been a very hectic couple of years, and DCS has kind of fallen by the wayside. Hot outside here as well, toasty 3 degrees C. Oh please, I will trade you so fast. It's 32 out there. And we've had like 2 weeks of, not consecutive weeks, thank God, but 2 weeks of heat waves over the past month or so. You itchy scratchy, Bubba. You itchy scratchy? Hmm? She has skin allergies, so she's always scratching herself. Like, anyone would think she's got fucking fleas. She doesn't. She's just itchy. I do like that your attack number changes to your actual one on the aircraft when it's the fucking dynamic spawns. Not that it really actually affects anything, but you know. Shit, was that what I was doing wrong? That explains a few things. No wonder they weren't working for me. No, we went alright with them, considering I'm just eyeballing the drops. Main thing is just I need to get the altitude so I'm not getting clapped by AAA. Okay, let's try this again, and hopefully this time not get fucking torn to shreds by flying face first into what I assume was 23mm. Debating whether that might still be friendly territory over there. Figure it out when I get closer. Actually, it might not be. That one behind it's definitely enemy. Two behind it. Surely there's no way that's blue. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be. Settle, Daff. Maybe must have just got home or something. Settle down, little gremlin. Yeah, that's hostile for sure. Something's tracking us. AAA is tracking us, that's what. Fuck, we were short. Alright, we'll try that again. We definitely want the altitude though. Just thrashing the shit out of this poor little thing's engine by firewalling it pretty much the whole time, but you certainly feel the weight of all your ordnance in the Skyhawk, hey? Settle, Daff Daff. Is that one I bombed, right? Yeah, it was. Come on. Oh, just long. We hit some stuff, but we didn't hit the thing that's shooting at us. Shilka, probably. Looks like one. Hey, Raccoon. Good to see you, man. Did a little bit of Flyout earlier, and by a little bit I mean 3.5 hours or so. Planned to do about 20 minutes, 30 minutes of it to show off one of my designs, and ended up doing not only both of my designs, well, one original from me and one modified heavily from someone else, but also fixed someone else's that was having some maneuvering problems. And did a bit of an impromptu evaluation on a whole batch of them. Yeah, it's good to be in the A4, man. I don't fly this thing anywhere near enough. But also, you know, I don't fly DCS anywhere near enough these days because I just haven't had the opportunity. When I finally have a properly stable internet connection again and the time and energy, it will be very nice to get back into it properly. That might be a little off target. Oh! Oh! Nope, dead on. Beautiful. We will be running out of rock eyes now, though. I think we're just down to the ones on the center line, if we even have any left at all. Might have spent all of them by now, actually. I'm not very efficient in the A4, at least at the bombs. If I could remember how to use a bombing computer, I probably would be a fair bit better. It's the thing, with the A10, and rock eyes, you can do some absolutely disgusting things, because not only does it carry a lot of them, but, you know, you've got the fucking CCIP and shit that it wouldn't have actually had during the Cold War. Whereas here you're kind of doing a lot more by eye, makes it a lot harder. Okay, that's... Oh, no. No, no, no. Jesus, that is a lot of shulkers. Fuck, they got some mutual cover going there. I think I might have 1 or 2 bombs left. Maybe. Some targets still up over there, but I feel like those might be better for the guns. We might go for the distant cluster here, just because those 3 are really close together and they're all covered by shulkers. So it's really sketchy going for them. What I'd love to do is catch a helicopter spawn on one of those farps when I'm loaded up with rock eyes like this. Oh shit, this guy's got 2 shulkers, I think. Or they're actually ZU-23s, it looks like. Okay, whatever rock eyes we had left will have just come off, if there were any left. Oh, there were! Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Don't think there's any aircraft near us to use these on, but time the tone down a bit. Oh shit, there is! Timing. Yeah, we're cooked. We're cooked. Oof. What was it? Don't see anything. Might have been a 21. Could have actually been a Hind with R60s maybe. Yeah, no, there's a MiG-21 and a Su-25. It was a Su-25. Huh. Okay, well, now we know he's here, and knowing is half the battle. We'll stick with the rock eyes, fuck it.
Chief, turn on the ground power. Copy. Ground power is now on.
Oh, just like that, Red 4 have disappeared. Shame, I would have liked to kill an aircraft. But we've got a whopping 4 ground targets with... What did we have? 8? No, 7 rock eyes. Good use of taxpayer money. But hey, not going to get good if we don't practice. The other thing with these hazards, I will say, is I'm surprised that they don't have more of them that are dug into the ground at the back. Because from what I've seen, at least, of Soviet air bases, it was more common for them to be fully dug into the ground, like on 3 sides, not just the sides leaving the back exposed. I mean, maybe they used a different type mostly in the Caucasus. If you look at the ones at Tbilisi, they're a different type than any of the other air bases, but it makes me wonder. I am quite keen for when we finally get our hands on the F-104. I'm gonna fly the shit out of that thing. I cannot wait. We will make it our mission, as long as, you know, the great dumpster fire to end all dumpster fires hasn't taken place by then. We'll make it our mission to disabuse some people of the notion that that thing can't dogfight. There's a German movie about it. Oh yeah, it's an interesting thing because it was kind of a media beat-up after a certain point. If you look at the actual loss rates, almost all of the Luftwaffe's losses were concentrated in the first 5 to 10 years of operation, because most of their pilots were coming off subsonic jets. They'd never flown anything capable of Mark II. German weather is, well, German weather, and they were mostly using it low level. And as you kind of go a few years past the initial adoption, you can see the accident rate really rapidly drop off. Not to say that it was, you know, the safest thing in the world. Even if it was flown carefully in good conditions, it was still more likely to have a whoopsie than a lot of aircraft. But, like, its reputation tends to be really kind of biased by the early negative experiences of the Germans, and then some of the experiences of 1 or 2 other air forces that operated. The Canadians had quite bad loss rates with it too. Japanese had basically no accidents with it. The Spanish had, as far as I recall, none. Obviously they didn't operate as many as the Luftwaffe or the RCAF, but it's quite interesting if you look at the loss rates of a lot of the Century series aircraft. The Voodoo was one of the safest. Like, the Voodoo was just a really good, solid, underappreciated aircraft. Cheers for the link. I'll have to check that out after the stream. If I open my browser, it'll cause my PC to combust. I don't even want to count how many tabs I'm up to now. Yeah, it's still just us and the Tomcat. That's getting restless because it's about the time she would normally get fed, so after this sortie I'll have to feed her, or I will be in big trouble. Where no Bubba? She's looking at me very pointedly. She knows I know. But she's been very well behaved, aren't you? You've been very good. She's always really well behaved when I'm streaming, and an absolute terror all the rest of the time. It's like she can sense that that people are watching. Maybe it's also just because I'm constantly talking, and so she figures I must be doing something important, or I'm talking to her. Although she probably doesn't think I'm talking to her, because, you know, She understands, I think, a lot of what I say, and she'd be able to tell if I was talking to her or not. She can certainly tell when I'm talking about her, because she's looking at me right now. That's where we hit before. We might attack some of the stuff straight off the nose for now. Let's say that's enemy down there. Yep. Definitely enemy. Basically right on the front line. A little bit long. Just missed the shulker. Oh, and there's stuff down there shooting at us too. Those ones are ZU-23s down there, I think. This is one we already went after. I think most of the stuff down there is dead. We got something. There's another target there. Looks like it might be a Bofors or something. Oh. There's a shulker tracking us from somewhere underneath. That'll be the one that we tried to engage before. This is not an optimal way to release a cluster bomb, but we'll try it. It's a little long. We might have got something though. Oop. That was a little close. That was better. Oh shit! Okay. There was a 23 mil there as well. And our bombs seem to have missed or just didn't go off. I'm not sure what happened. We'll come in, or maybe not. I was going to say we'll come in low over this one and drop as we overfly it. Might do it anyway. Just to get rid of the bombs. Engine's very unhappy. Yeah, that appears to have missed, not surprising. Get rid of all the stores and see if we can nurse this thing back to Sanaki. The engine is very, very clearly not happy with us. There goes the engine. I'd say I might come in with Shrikes, but I think they've changed the Shrikes, so I'm not sure how effectively I'd be able to use them at this point. Okay, we have jettisoned all our stores, but we've lost our fucking airspeed indicator as well. Great. I don't think we're gonna make Sanaki. And I don't know how well this thing belly lands. Don't remember if there's a way to get standby airspeed info in this, but it's a bit late anyway. Yeah, no way we're making the field. We'll get kind of close, but we aren't going to make it. We'll yeet the canopy. It's probably not the correct way to do it, but I forget where the canopy jettison is. We'll just come in, no gear. We're way faster than I'd like to be. Well, that could have gone a lot worse. We're probably close enough to the airfield that if we just re-slotted, it would have counted as saving it. Any field is an airfield if it has an airplane in it. Yeah, true. Pretty happy with that landing. I mean, it was a little longer than I expected, but we survived it. The jet isn't too badly broken beyond, you know, the damage that the Shilka did to it. We might change our loadout though. But first I'm going to have to feed the gremlin because she knows it's dinner time and she's cranky at me. Is it dinner time? Is it dinner time? Are you going to say hello to everyone before you go run off to have your dinner? Hey? Hey, Daffy Duff. Here's my girl. Dinner time? Yeah? Whee! Down you go. Back in a minute. This is the part where I remember to have thought the food out for you. Hopefully I have. There's not a lot here for you, Bob, but that's because you've been eating treats like crazy the last couple of days. Okay. I'll give you some more of it later. Actually, I've got some more of that stuff that I can give you. Just supplement what's in here. You're going to have special dinner tonight, Bubba? Special dinner with some extras. Hold on, Dad's going to put this in the fridge. Dad's going to put your in the fridge. Come on, Stinky. Come on, Stinky. There you go. Don't make a mess. Okay. Grab myself a snack while I'm at it. I don't remember what the difference is between these. Shilka's crew band, isn't it? So I don't know if I've got a... No, I don't think I can use these. Okay. At least not against Shilkas. Oh, what? You can't carry the fucking tanks in here? Weird. We'll carry a shit ton of Zunis. We could probably get rid of the Sidewinders even, because there's no one else flying, but they're my emotional support missiles. So we'll bring them anyway.
Chief, turn on the ground power. Copy.
Oh, they haven't connected me up yet. Oops.
Ground power is now on.
Now they have. Yeah, don't got any sidearms though. Only do Shrikes, and the Shrikes are not going to track what I need them to track. Really need to quit fucking around and get a gas cylinder for this chair. It is driving me up the wall. Or more accurately, down the wall. Nah, give me a 337. Honestly. I'd do such filthy things for a Sky Master in this. Even if it wasn't armed, even just to fly around spotting stuff. Like, I would actually love to play FAC. We'll see how I go with the Zunies. I don't really remember what their trajectory's like, so, you know, how far off I want to fire them, how much I want to account for gravity, all that sort of stuff. We'll have to just wing it. Damn. That's fucking sick. Holy shit! Hey, Cathal, good to see you, man. Cheers for the raid. Long time no see. Hope life's been treating you well. I have been having a very busy couple of years, so I haven't been on as much, either in DCS or just streaming in general, but it is good to see you, man. Hectic, to put it lightly. I've moved apartment, like, God knows how many times since we probably last spoke. Got into a relationship, moved in together, got out of a relationship. Also, while I was in it, I was playing stepdad to a pair of toddlers. Got myself a dog. Yeah, it's been busy. Oh, the gear's still down. Helps if I'm paying attention to what I'm doing, hey? Yeah, very busy. I'm hoping things will settle down a little bit for the next couple of years, but yeah, fat chance of that. Oh well. We'll make do with what we get given, same as always. We're on Heatblur Cold War at the moment. It's pretty empty because, you know, time zones and all that, but we're just getting some Skyhawk time in since I haven't flown it for so long, and my internet seems to mostly be behaving itself today. Had a few whoopsies. We got clapped by a Sequoia earlier. Su-25 got us, didn't even know he was there. We also had a few oopsies to anti-aircraft fire. Actually, just the previous sortie, we had to belly land just off the end of the runway because our engine was shot out, so slowly getting back into the swing of it, but it is definitely a messy process. Forgot to switch that over as well. If I remember, they also had PA-34 for maritime patrols. The best part about them was when they were civilian registered but owned by Navy and operators in Aero Club. Definitely an interesting setup. Okay, I think that's probably still friendly. Anything up that away shouldn't be. Actually, I can still see the smoke rising from that. That was the cluster that shot us up, I think. So we'll get some altitude, we'll come in with the Zunies. See if we have any better luck with them. I mean, considering that it's doing everything by eyeball, not using the bombing computer and not even really using any, you know, tried and true approach angles and speeds and stuff, we did alright with the rock eyes. We're just subjecting ourselves to way too much risk to do it because we had to get way too close, way too low. Although, to be fair, these aren't going to be much different, I suspect. Oh shit, they drop off quite a bit. Well, that certainly could have gone better. Damn. Hit something. Oh god, green tracer? What's that coming off? Oof. Oof. Maybe we shouldn't be here. Okay, that's coming from the left. It's just ZU-23s behind me, I think, two of them. Every now and then I realise that there's a song that I forgot to put on this playlist. This was one of them. I remembered maybe like a month or two ago that this song existed. I hadn't heard it for years, so I'm glad I remembered. I don't even remember why I remembered. I think it was one of those times where, like, you know, you hear a song in your dreams that you haven't heard in years, and it's like actually as if you're listening to it. And then you wake up and you're like, oh yeah, I forgot that existed. One incident, I know they forced sub during the night and escorted out of the field, and the second incident haven't gotten a solid answer on what happened. It's pretty spicy. That's cool though. I knew that the Skymaster did a lot of interesting war-y jobs, but I didn't realise they used it to drop depth charges too. Those are not going to be very accurate. We hit something though. Might actually be better off with Hydras and just rippling them off in bursts. Still not going to be super accurate or effective, but at least then I can kind of see where they're going. And we can get accuracy through volume. That surely had to have hit. Yep, we got that. See, the Zunis are powerful rockets, but they still, like, they don't fly very flat. They drop off quite fast, so you've still got to get in pretty close if you want to actually be accurate with them. Unless, you know, you actually understand the correct sight settings and approach angles and ranges and everything for them, which I, of course, don't, because imagine studying. We'll just leave that cluster for now. We'll go for something else. That was dumb. We did take a hit. Engine seems okay, but I think it clipped a wing a bit because she's rolling. I don't know how many rockets we've actually got left, but we'll try and get rid of them in this pass and then we'll RTB and repair. Oh, we got a Mirage. Okay, that's the last of our rockets. Please don't shoot me. It's friendly, I think. Yeah. Guess he hasn't taken off yet, or he's up the other end of the map or something. Good, a bit more distance and we'll hook in to land at Sanaki. We'll have to do a repair. I mean, it's flying okay, but we've got enough damage on one of the wings that it's trying to drop the wing when we maneuver, and we don't want to be doing that near the ground. So, we'll do a quick repair. Give it half flat. Flaps all the way down. Oh, we're a bit short. It's been so long since I've flown this, I am definitely out of practice. Boom. Suspension test. Oh, and right on cue my internet dropped. Or the server did, one of the two. Suspension passed, but my connection did not. So this is why I haven't been playing much DCS for the last couple of years, between not really having time and my internet not being very reliable in this apartment. It's a bit of a struggle. Having said that, I've been going for just over 6 hours now, so I think I might look at where I can send you guys along on a raid, and then I'll be able to get myself some dinner. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today. This is a very much unplanned stream, even more than usual. It's been good to see you guys again. I don't know when the next stream will be, many such cases, but I will try and make them a bit more regular than they have been over the past year or two. Okay, let's see who is on. I might just send you guys to Robbo. There's not a lot of people on at the moment, so give me a moment to set the raid up. Good to be back, man, and good to see you as well. Very good to see you again. Okay. Now I gotta remember how to do this. Raid channel, there we go. Okay, there we go, that's all set up. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. Hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your day and rest of your week. Or weekend, I guess. Yeah, great to see you. Take care. I will catch you on the next one, whenever that may be. And enjoy Robbo. I'll see you over there.